Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, guess what time it is? It's one of my favorite times in the entire world. One of the best moments of the day. You guys, how are you doing? Hello, Stinky. What the heck? Stinky, is that you? How? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Stinky, how long has it been? 12K points? Holy moly, you're just rolling in it. You're rolling in the cash. Ice Queen Games, how are you doing? Hello, Tatted Cat. I will admit that I giggled a little bit, but it's do I really need to change the name just for you? Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Lamotran, how are you doing? Breezy Got This is here. How you doing? What's up? Calico's here. Hello. Callie. I saw that you got yourself a Stardew boyfriend. My goodness gracious. Or at least the relationship's coming along. It's coming along. Elliot's a fine choice. An absolutely splendid choice. I hope that y'all work out together. I hope that it's a happy relationship. I'm sure that you're gonna have an absolutely wonderful time together. Elliot is an absolute gem, an absolute treasure. I mean, a writer, absolute, so handsome. Goodness gracious. A little bit shy, but I think that adds to his charm. He's got style. He's got a lot of style, that's for sure. Stinky, when the imposter is sus. Oh my gosh. Number one memer over here, Stinky. Yes, it is I, the great Stinky. It's been a lot because of school. No worries. People get busy. People do get busy. Don't worry about it. Hey, I'm here to dance. How are you doing? What's up? I hope that you're having a fantastic day. Hello there, here to dance. Hi there, Anne. Oh my gosh, Anne's here. The king of squirrels here. Also, I see Gonda's here. It's hump day. We almost made it through the week. And by almost made it through, I mean we're barely halfway through. We got this, Gonda. We got this. So you just gotta stick. We just gotta be strong. Also, I figured out yesterday that my P.O. box actually stays open 24 hours. I didn't know that. Didn't know how P.O. boxes worked at all. But I was able to pop in there like at 10 p.m. 10 p.m. So I was able to snag the box that was waiting for me. Interesting. Snag the little boxy from my friendo Gonda. I'm quite sure the contents have they've spoken for themselves. I'm Gonda, did you send this to me? What the heck? Anne's here. Yeah, the Anne mine has arrived. Thank goodness. I was wondering when Anne was going to arrive. I was like, is it going to be early Anne? Is it going to be late Anne? Just so long as there's Anne, I think we're going to be okay. Steven, hi there. What's up? I am sorry to hear about that, Ice Queen. That is horrible. But let's keep it light, my friend. I'm sorry that you're going through some tough stuff. Hopefully, the positivity in the chat from all of the good beans out there, and for myself, can bring you up a little bit. That's the only thing that I can offer you, Ice Queen. I hope that things get better, but let's keep it light in the chat. There might be some people going through some stuff as well, and I really hope that you are encouraged and that you enjoy your time here, and that my positivity rubs off on you, and that all the beans in the chat can give you some love, and we can just party together. So I hope that you feel better, friendo. Oi! Snail Line Trails, oh my gosh. Subscribe to Tier 1 for 6 months. Oh, it's 6 months. Okay, hang on. 6 months, I gotta turn on the webcam for that. Snail Line Trails, thank you so much for the continued support for like an entire year. What the heck? An entire year of hanging out with one of my favorite beans over there. Snail Line Trails, hey, workout break, what? Right now? Beowulf, am I supposed to work out, or am I supposed to take a sip first? I'm confused. Which one first? Now, hang on, we're gonna do that in a second. Hello, somebody gift subbed you. It's true, Steven, you got a gift sub. I hope that you enjoy ad-free viewing, all of the emotes, and even every single Sunday, we like to watch movies together. Let me turn on my bot so that it can tell you all about movie nights. It'll tell you all about it. Let me just wake up my bot. He's a very sleepy boy. I just have to type a few things on this keyboard, and bada bing, bada boom. It'll tell you all about that movie night. All about movie night, which you're totally invited to, Steven. I'm glad that you got lucky. You got a gifted sub. One lucky bean, that's who you are. Did Anne adds juggle break to the beginning? I love how there are breaks right at the beginning. Okay, so first, I'm gonna do a quick workout break, okay? 10 pull-ups, you guys, count them off for me, count them off. I'm gonna go into my closet. I am personally very weak. You see these? You see these arms? No. They do no pull-ups. I cannot do pull-ups myself. But I have a clone that's in the closet by the name of Lenny. He's not allowed to say anything because he's not very wholesome. So I'm just gonna slide in the closet, and I'm gonna let my double do the pull-ups. You can count them. Let's see. Thanks a lot for the workout, you guys. I appreciate it. Tatted Cat. Despite my immature moment giggling. No worries. Tatted Cat, it's nice to have you here. Oi, Clay's here. Hi there. What's up, my friend? Crystal Summer. Hey. Whew. Goodness. Okay. Gotta catch my... That was only 9? No, it wasn't. Calico. Oh, what? Are you kidding me? I counted up to 10. Callie, I think you're pulling my leg. I ain't listening to that. You're trying to get me. I'm not. I don't believe you. It was 11? What? Clay. Now I'm confused. You're trying to create your own team? You're trying to create a team on Twitch? I'm pretty sure that you have to be a partner to do that, if I'm not mistaken. So, good luck with that. I hope that you succeed, but I'm pretty sure that you cannot. I'm pretty sure that you have to be a partner to be able to do that. I can't even make a stream team. I am not allowed to. I'm not cool enough. Actually, Twitch sent me a specific message and they said, you are not cool enough, Earl says, no. Kareem, hey, what's up? How are the horses? Oi, Kareem. Oh, Pastel Puffs, hi there. You just want to thank everybody for the positive vibes. Hey, it worked as you got a job interview and you're so excited. Oh, Pastel, congratulations. I hope that it works out. That's fantastic. Oi, congratulations. And birthday soon be over. It's a pretty chill day. 3 minutes left before midnight. 3 minutes before. Oh, it's like the end of your birthday. Okay, are we supposed to sing happy birthday one more time? All right, Anne's begging for happy birthday. Let me see. You said, how many minutes do I have? You said 3 minutes? Okay, all right. 34 minutes? I thought that you were telling me how old you were. I thought, Anne, you were admitting that you're 34 years old and that it's only 3 minutes left until midnight. Okay. Let me see. Yes, 34. Ooh. Let me sing happy birthday before we're out of time. You guys, let's sing happy birthday to Anne. Just one more time, you guys. Just one more time. A happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Anne. We'll see you later. Congratulations on being 20. Yay, Anne! Anne, congratulations on being born. I know, just kidding. I know you're not 34. You have 14 followers on Twitch and you're trying to get famous. Steven, that is a questionable goal. I hope that it works out for you. I guess being famous is not really a good goal, but hey, I mean, whatever makes you happy, I suppose. Oh, Von Chick, hello there. Von Chick, good morning. Are you ready for work? Are we ready to go? Have you got some food? Are you prepared? You ready? Von Chick, how are you doing? Good morning. Xenlo, how are you doing? Let me see. Von Chick, there will be no flirting. Unacceptable. Putting Poco's fly season get up in Discord? Oh boy, is it a fly? Do you have to like spray them, then put on a fly blanket? Oh, man, horse flies are just the worst. They're just no good whatsoever. You're 195? That's pretty old, Anne. You know, in your 195 years, have you ever seen this? Oh. Huh, Anne? Have you ever seen Have you ever seen this in all of your years? Oh, have you ever seen somebody that can't juggle? Here we are. Okay, there. Oh. Is this what you wanted? Does that count as a juggling break? Hey, Kenny, first time finding my channel. What? Lady, is that Lady Tsunade? Lady Tsunade 420. What's up? Hi there. Nice name. I hope that you're having a fantastic day. Hi. So you're saying this is the first time finding my channel? What do you mean you just spotted it? You just spotted it in the wild? Or you mean that like you're like a fan of my sister and you found me over here? Like what happened? Like what happened? I said it right? Oh, Tsunade, I think is the way to say that, right? I know Tsun, I can see that. Tsunade. Oh, very nice. It's a wild Kenny. Throw a Pokeball. Yeah. You just throw a Pokeball to Kenny and he'll juggle it, okay? That's the if you'll throw me a Pokeball, then I'll make sure to juggle it. Let me toss a pin or something. You saw my sister and you didn't know that I had this gaming channel? Man, I tell you what, Lady Tsunade, is that what I should call you, by the way? Should I call you Tsunade? Because I totally can. It'll just take me a few times to say it smoothly. But yes, I've been doing this gaming channel for like more than a year now. Back last April, I quit Royalty Soaps and boom, here I am. More than a year of surviving out here in the wilds of Twitch. This is my only job. This is my only income, and it's working out great. Everybody's super supportive, and so we've been vibing. Kenny Gaming confirmed. Stinky, I'm working on my first YouTube video. Not my first YouTube video, period, but I am thinking about recording a playthrough. One that I can't play here on Twitch, so I'm thinking I might play the new what's it called? The new Resident Evil. I think I might indeed do that. Did you know Kenny's a talented person? Yes, it's true. Kenny can juggle. He can name all the waifus, and Kenny is very wholesome. The two final ones kind of fight with one another. Did you know that that's Anne, a very kind, with a person with a wonderful accent that can draw really good, really good, and really funny. I like funny art, and I also like good art. So Anne can supply both at the same time, which is just shocking. Is this a comeback of Kenny into YouTube land? No, there's no comeback because there was never any come up. There's none. There's no going or arriving or anything. I'm just gonna post videos whenever I want to. That's what. Let me grab a. Where's my? Okay. Practice with pins. Thank you very much, bro. You just blew my mind. Kenny the YouTuber, bruh. I know how to install games on the Wii. Steven, don't steal games. Buy them legitimately. What are you talking? You left us hanging on that house tour? I don't want to do a house tour here. I'm too worried. Listen, back then I didn't care, but now I'd rather not people be able to figure out where I am. Maybe I'm a little bit more sensitive now. I'm not sure. Now I see the resemblance and I can't unsee it. Of what? Oh, of my sister. Yeah, of Katie Royalty Soaps. Yeah, that's my sister. That's why I'm here. I wouldn't have a channel if it wasn't for her. Whoa. And I also wouldn't have spread around my real name either, but it's too late now. Give Carrot Man a camera? I know what, yeah, her? Ow, Royalty Soaps, yeah, that's my sister. I don't know your sister, Kenny, she's way more famous than me. She's more famous than Salty or OT2. Not that matters, I'm just saying, she is. She's at like 700,000 subs or something? Huh? Do you prefer that we call you Earl? No, you can call me whatever you want. You can call me Kenny or Earl or... Ow! You can call me Ow! You didn't know my sister? Oh my gosh. But my sister's famous. I'm just kidding. You do whatever you want. Okay. No. Let me see. Kenny's room has changed a lot. Well, this is a new room. Wait a second. Stinky, when was the last time that you were here? Because I was here, can I call you Mr. Poo Poo Pants? No, Xenlo, but your name Xenlo does remind me of X-Lax sometimes. I have to admit that, now that you mentioned it. This is good juggling music, I can't even hear it, so I'm glad. I actually need, I need some wireless headphones. I can't hear music whenever I'm over here. No! You like, no. Ow! Okay, thumbs have been hit enough. I just wanted to practice a little bit, okay, you guys? I just wanted to practice and talk with y'all just a little bit. Your whole family's amazing upbeat attitude. You love it? Wow. I say, Lady T, thank you so much. I'm glad that you enjoy our calm madness. I'm probably the craziest one of the bunch. Not to say that I'm crazy. I'm just saying the craziest one, probably. You know, maybe the most unexpected. Maybe the most. I don't know. They don't know what to expect from me. So, you know, we try to do stuff. Maid stream coming soon, you guys. Soon we're gonna be doing a cooking stream with a maid outfit, guaranteed. My mom is adorable. That's kind of a word that I would use. Maybe. I mean, she's very sweet. That's what I would say. She's very, very sweet. Hey, I asked in Discord. I haven't gotten a response. Can I show off somebody else's art that is too good to share? I mean, you can, but that's not really what it's for. It's like, you can share somebody's art, but I mean, if you want to put it in shameless plugs to like help them out, that's one thing, but it's like, it's not really a channel for sharing art per se. It's more like sharing your own art, you know. Bro, you haven't seen my message. Steven, I'm sorry. Listen, I think Steven, you were talking about like, why aren't people watching me? Stuff like that. I don't have the answers for you, my friend. I do not know how to Twitch. I don't know how to stream. I know that it looks like I'm doing that. I know what I'm doing, but I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, wow.
One top 2 heart.
Oh my gosh, Shiny, thank you so much for this. Thank you so much for continuing that sub. I mean, hey. Obviously, you hang out around here long enough that Alchemic thought that it was worth giving you a ridiculously long 6-month sub. So I'm so glad. I'm so glad for you, Shiny. And you totally deserve it. And I'm so glad that you're still here. Hey! Oh my gosh. Kim, thank you so much for the wow, 6 months gift subs courtesy of Alchemic Refuge. It's entered month 4. Same to you. Goodness gracious. I was talking to you right now on Discord. I will talk deep. Oh my gosh. Okay, Steven. Well, I'm not talking on Discord right now. So I will do that a little bit later, okay? I try to keep up with the Discord, you know, like me. I look at it like every day, like 17 times or something. So I'm sure I will catch your message soon enough. All right. Let me scroll up a little bit. I want to see, oh my gosh, Kenny's a noob. That's a fact. It's true. So if you need streaming advice, you should go over to YouTube because I guarantee you they know better what's going on. The only reason that I'm here is because of my sister, pretty much. I've already mentioned that before. Kenny, I had to search. I just wanted to watch you make soap. It's so weird you don't have a beard. And I didn't have a beard in January. I don't know what you mean. I mean, maybe it's... I had to search. I'm gonna watch you make soap. Yeah, well, I hope that you enjoy it. I'm still relatively proud of those videos, but I'm also very inexperienced behind the camera, especially in the first video. It's embarrassing, but in a good way. I mean, it was I was learning, but it was, I mean, it's a little uncomfortable. Even the editing on some of them, I wish that I had done because it is a little bit awkward. But hey, your streams have made me expect for people to hype every sub, and I get weirded out whenever people don't do it in other streams. I can afford to do it. Leela. I mean, other people sometimes cannot afford to take the time off. Some people can't do that. So don't feel too bad about it. It's like if I was too big, I wouldn't be able to do that. But thankfully, I can still hype every single one, and I will continue to do it until it is torn from my cold dead hands. Did you know that what? Something's skin is transparent? What? Toucans? Do toucans have skin? I thought that they had feathers. Do they have, is there skin underneath those feathers? Ew, who looks at bird skin? Who ever heard of bird skin? No, thank you. LOL, I need to know where you're coming from. Kenny's origins? Well, go ahead. Just fair warning, it's pretty weird, and I hadn't figured out how to act. But hey, it's still pretty good stuff. I'm proud of some of those videos. There were some more experimental videos that I did on Katie's channel that were really weird, but I'm still proud of it. Also, bro have a gaming channel and he's almost at 1 million. Bro, that's crazy, Steven, congratulations to that bro. That is very, very cool. You found royalty soaps because of your classmates sent me a video. I only came here because of a raid. What? You already knew about royalty soaps and then you just came here randomly? I mean, Hey, that happens sometimes. Stinky, we'll see you later, bruh. No worries, no worries. We'll see you later, Stinky. Hope that good luck with your school, by the way. I know that you're a busy bean. I'm here, hanging out. No worries. Get your school done. I'll be here whenever you're done with school if you want to hang out. But if not, hey, I hope that you enjoy your summer, my friend, because summer's about to get started, right? I think so. I'm not even mad. I'm here. I ain't even mad. I mean, the origins don't really matter, right? I mean, I listen, whenever I was at Royalty Soaps and I was like working for my sister doing videos and stuff, that's how I got started. That's how like the first maybe 20 people watched me at the same time, and that kind of encouragement, that was what I needed. Whenever I did my first stream and it was kind of successful and people were hopping around in there, then I was like, all right, this is exciting enough. It's worth my time. And then some people stuck it out and just stuck with me. And you know what? Eventually it was I was having a lot of fun. So I was like, what the heck? Let's just start. Let's just stay. I mean, let's keep going. I know I didn't stay for long, but I should get some sleep. So Shiny, it's the middle of the week. It's the middle of the week in the middle of the night. Get some rest. It was nice to see you, Shiny. Thank you so much for jumping in the chat. We'll see you later, Shiny. Hope that you have a wonderful sleep. Good luck with tomorrow, whatever you're doing. Hope that you enjoy your day. We'll see you later. Also, hi, A-Star. What's up? I didn't even say hi to you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, A-Star. How are you doing, my friend? What's up? Kenny, I know about the soap thing because of you, so this is the other way around. That's happened to some people, and if you want to watch my sister make soap, I hope you love it. I cannot watch those videos at all because I know her and I know how they edit their videos. So all I see is just cuts. All I see is just cuts, and my brain goes back to editing all the videos and stuff. Bro equals brother. That's what I thought, Steven. That's really cool. That is super duper cool. If you got anybody to ask, you should ask your brother. If you want to start to get some subbies or something, you should probably talk to your brother. He knows way better than I do. Way better. Haha. I'll see just a few, see what's going on. I wish I had a brain for editing. It takes a little bit of training, but it's fun. I will be probably doing some editing soon. I got burnt out from video editing after editing like 100 videos, like at least 2 a week. If normally it would have been okay if it was 2 a week. And then we started like having to push all of the editing into 1 week. So it's just like 1 week of soaping, 1 week of packaging, 1 week of shipping, 1 week of editing. And that burnt me out real quick, doing like 10 videos or more in a row on 1 week. It was too much. So I've still been burnt out from editing for a while. I hope that I'm ready because I do really want to make some more videos. You sorted the assets? Ah, yes. A-Star, I saw you send those. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, my friend. Man, that's a rough schedule. I know it was too much. It was too much for me. So hopefully I'm not burnt out anymore. Your brother got famous by somebody inviting him to his clan. That's awesome, Steven. I mean, there's a lot of luck that goes into the internet, honestly. Like you can talk all day about making the best stuff, or about like working really hard, or about consistency, but there's a lot of luck. There's definitely a lot of luck. Like there's tons of people that are hanging out with us right now, including Anne and including Kim, only know me by just blind luck. 100% random. Just randomly, OT just saw me in a goofy outfit playing Phasmophobia. And he was just like, this guy seems cool. And then said hi, and then I said hi back, and then just randomly, that just happened. I'd never even heard of OT before. I did not know who it was. The purple hair? Yes, I had purple hair, and I had purple hair twice. And then I also had, what's it called? Yeah, the bleached, that's, whenever OT found me, I had what is it called? I can't remember, the bleached white hair. I don't remember. You're welcome. I made them bigger so that you could adjust the size easier. Thank you. I don't want to stretch them out too much. So I'll be beholden to whatever resolution they are because I want them to look good. That's how I got to know you through Little Simsy. Little Simsy only knew of me because of my sister, because she likes my sister's YouTube videos. It's so sweet. And then Simsy, like, I was just double checking the audio. Yep, it's still running. But little Simsy has been so sweet to me and my sister, and she likes her content, and she has watched my streams before. So I always appreciate all the friendos that we met with Simsy. Was that a stream where you dressed up as a witch? Yes, I think that I dressed up as a witch, and some people were asking me about the makeup, but it was just a camera trick. It was just me changing the hue. It was just me changing the hues to my skin looked green. I think that was the first raid, and he may have seen me playing Luigi's Mansion. I don't know why he looked that up. You got to know Katie's channel through her too. I found you both. Yeah, Leela, awesome sauce. And you played Solo Phasmo? Yes, Solo Phasmo is still the way that I like to play it. I'm not a very social gamer. I can admit that honestly, and everybody probably already knows that. I don't like playing games with people most of the time. I have troubles focusing on chat, and I have trouble focusing on the friends and stuff. I'm not very good at it. I don't enjoy it that much. I would rather play solo, honestly. But I will in the future, sometime soon, we'll probably play some games with Oops, and we'll probably play some games. I'll play some games with Alice. We'll probably play. Yeah, we're definitely gonna play Portal 2. That's our next thing, and then maybe we'll play It Takes Two sometime. Yeah, little Simsy here too because you were hunting Marshall, so it's recommended for watching Animal Crossing New Horizons. Oh my gosh, new favorite. Oh my gosh, Kareem, you're so sweet. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. The Marshall hunt was so much fun, and I think that we might go ahead and play some more. I'm not sure. I think I asked before, but have you played Oxenfree? Is that? I can't remember what Oxenfree is. I'm not sure what that is. You'll have to remind me, Leela, because I think we did talk about it before. Hunt. We do need. I think that we should. Yay, streaming with Arisa. I've played with Arisa before. That was before she was girlfriend, and that was whenever we played Fall Guys, and it was a hoot. It was very funny. I definitely killed Arisa a few times on purpose, and you can look forward to that. I am a real dab hand at murder in Portal 2. So hopefully, I can be like, come on, go forward, and then just crush her. It's a radio frequency choice-induced game. Oh my gosh, Leela, this is complicated. I don't know if I have the brain for this. I don't know if I can handle it. You have a yummy dinner tonight? Chicken with rice, creamy cheese, and cooked squash? Ooh.
Clay, that sounds pretty good. I wouldn't mind having a little bite of that myself, if you don't mind. Let me see. And I think I started to know you more after that one Jackbox game where I joined as a viewer.
Oh yeah, and where you did the drawings and you blew everybody away. That was a fun stream. I like Jackbox, but I don't know if I like streaming Jackbox. I feel like if the friendos play Jackbox again, I'll probably play along because I love playing with you guys. But I don't love streaming it. Fall Guys was before you found the community? No! That was way back. That was whenever Fall Guys was released, and I did not want to play Fall Guys at the beginning. I was like, no, you can't make me play this stupid kid game. And then it came out for free on the PS4, and I was like, all right, I guess I'll try this game. And it was actually super fun. I actually had tons of fun. And that first season, I think that I did like 100 dubs or something because I was totally obsessed with it and playing it off stream and on stream. It's on stream if you ever want to look it up. I think you would like it. Oh, Leela, you're a sub though. You're a sub, so that means that you can go over to the feedback and suggestions thread if you want to. Boom, you can slap it in there so that I don't forget because I'm guaranteed to forget. I'm horrible. My brother's buying me a gaming PC. Ooh, Steven, that's nice. It's hard to get a gaming PC right now. It's hard to build one, that's for sure. I've been having trouble finding the parts. I'm gonna have to play Skyrim with my old PC. With my old PC that's spitting out dust out the back of it. Hopefully I can still include some mods. I'm not sure. This game might run a little bit rough, but we're gonna try our best, okay? It's a rebuild. Rebuilding. First you build a PC, then you rebuild it. Fall Guy, I need Kenny to play it again. I played it relatively recently, Von Chick. I know that it has a new update, so I'm not sure. You've heard about people struggling with getting parts for gaming computers? It's the CPUs and GPUs. They're all gone. They're all gone because of COVID and the stupid Bitcoin miners. Bitcoin! I never invested in Bitcoin, so I don't appreciate it. What time does the gameplay officially start? Pastel Puffs, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, this is the preamble. Apologize, I was having fun talking. But yeah, we'll probably start pretty soon. My old PC with the mouse on the wheel kept moving. What? Your old PC? What are you talking about? Oh yes, the package. The package. What's inside, you guys? I got something. Got something in the PO box. I actually could. It would be totally fine to show off this because it's just from Amazon. But still, you guys, we got a package in the PO box. Exclamation point PO. I think, or explanation PO box. I don't know, but we got something in the mail, you guys. I already broke it open and I know what it is. Let's take a little look-see. Take a little look-see inside, see what we got. Oh, Alchemic's here. Hello there. What's up, my friend? It's the king. The king has arrived with his crown. This is from let me read the message first. Let me read you this little message. It says, "Hi, enjoy your gift from you know who," and there's a few emojis on the message. There's a few emojis on it. It's
a Vodco.
It's an Avodago. That's what it. It says, guess who? And then it said frying an egg, Avodago, and it's a here you go. It's an avocado, or as Brian would say, an Avodago, and it looks pretty happy. It looks quite joyous. There, look, it can fit right here. Is that a comfy enough spot? Gonda, I love it. I love it as much as I hate whenever people spam emojis. Gonda is beautiful. Gonda is a blessing. Thank you so much for the sweet, sweet blessing. Gonda, it fits. Look, it works. It works perfectly. I don't know why people hate Dream, Stephen. I don't know either. I think maybe some people don't like Minecraft. I'm not sure. It's a tough call. I'm not sure. It's amazing. Gonda, thank you so much for the beautiful Avodago. Avodago! Yeah! Jedi! Check it out. This sweet little baby. Look at this. Look at how happy it is. Also, it's an absolutely bulging seed. You can grab it by its face easily. Right there. Some people don't like alchemic. Excuse me if I take off this little tag. I want to just take off this tag really quick. There we. Let me just rip off this tag. I'll just tear it to shreds. Okay, there we go. There we go. Squishy Avodago. Sweet, sweet baby. Kenny, I hide the toilet the whole stream. You what? You're gonna hide in the bathroom the entire time? Von Chick, I'm concerned for your employment status if you're gonna stay in the bathroom the entire time. Oh, what do you got? Avodago, how are you doing, Jedi? Welcome, welcome. Von Chick, please don't get fired. Please don't get fired on my account. Now listen, you guys, we're gonna start the gameplay, okay? So this is how I'm going to. If we're opening up a VOD channel soon. VOD channel's almost ready, almost entirely made by Alchemic, who is like absolutely the, what would it be called? The stream historian. The stream historian has helped me make a VOD channel, and I'm gonna try to maybe do like, not an intro necessarily, but maybe I can just say simply, just in case that I want to cut them down. Just in case that I want to cut down VODs, I'm gonna say something like, today we're playing Subnautica, or something like that. But it'll just be like 2 seconds. I don't even know why I mentioned it, but I just wanted to because I'm excited. I'm excited, okay? I'm excited about the VOD channel. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. And if I ever wanted to edit these like intros down, then I want it to make like somewhat sense. But let me see. I'm just gonna start Subnautica. Today we're playing. Woohoo! It's happening! It's happening, baby! You know what time it is. Oh, thanks for the lurk, Stephen. I appreciate it. Ayo! You're fine, covered in kitties at the moment. You can't move? You've been pinned! Jedi's been pinned down. The cats have got them. Warning, warning, they're in danger. The kittens have overpowered them. All right, you guys. You know what time it is. We're back for more Subnautica Below Zero. It's time for us to go down deep into the ocean and find out what frightening things are down there. Also, last week, or last day, see, because I thought about doing a VOD channel, I'm already trying to think about how to, like, do the Resident Evil thing. Last week, no. You guys, yesterday, I thought that I didn't save the game. We rated, what was it, 8th? We rated 8th Recluse, and I thought that I had not saved the game. I clicked the save button, like the screen froze for a minute, and then I clicked the quit button, and it said something like, oh, you haven't saved in the past, you haven't saved for 2 minutes. But I didn't barely look at it, I just clicked immediately. Oh my gosh.
Did you know that the platypus is a fascinating animal? It is so strange in so many ways.
And?
How is it a thing?
And?
Even if that is a mystery, there is no question about how amazing Kenny is.
And?
Kenny is a 10 out of 10 human being.
You shush! And we're trying to play games over here. And you sweet bean, happy birthday to you. Now, thank you for the 100 bits, but you shush now. You shush. Enough. Enough! Okay, long story short. Long story short, I didn't save. Long story short, the game we can continue. Thank goodness. I had quit to the main menu and I thought that I'd lost everything, so I immediately jumped back in like, oh, I've got to go back. Story ruined, shaking my head. Story was I saved game but couldn't tell if I did. Quit game, whatever it said. Warning. Are you sure that you want to quit? And then I had to launch back in and try to figure out if I'd actually saved. Do da boo da boo ba do. What the heck are you talking about, Leela? Is that from? You said Perry? Is Perry at the end? Is that from Perry the Platypus or something? Oh, are y'all talking about the game with the show with the kid that looks like he's got a cheese head? The kid that looks like he's got a Dorito for a head? Oh boy, I've never watched that show, you guys. I don't know what you're talking about. Perry the Platypus. I've seen some YouTube compilations and I am none too impressed. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie to you, but I sure will tell you the truth. You're headed home, sweet beans? All right, we'll see you soon, Callie. Go, drive safe. Drive safe. Please be careful out there. Now, for all of you who have not noticed, I changed the cooldown for my workout thing because I actually need to, I don't know, I want to get pumped up. I want to get pumped up today. I did do G Fuel, I did have a drink of G Fuel right before we started. Hopefully I've got the juice. I don't know, I was feeling weird today, so hopefully we'll be vibing, you guys. Hopefully this is gonna be freaking sweet. I looked up a few facts about the game, trying to figure out some stuff, trying to figure out what we're doing. You can indeed grow plants. I do not know how, but you definitely can. Phineas and Ferb is a great show. You still watch it sometimes? Is that because you were up before noon? I know, I woke up at like 9, but I felt so weird. It felt gross. And then I accidentally wasted most of the morning. And then I was like, I woke up at 9, but I still didn't do anything. Oh, no. I didn't even work on my stream. I didn't even work on my stuff. I woke up early and it was worthless. That's probably what it was. I need to do work at night. Also, I think what I'm gonna do is just be like, oh, I gotta work for 1 hour. I'm just gonna do 1 hour of work, and then I'll probably get into it. I'll probably be, after I'm an hour into working, I'll be like, oh well, I'll just do a little bit more. That's how I do it. That's how you do it. No, Kimmick. Oh no. I woke up early. Now I can be productive, and then the daylight just wanes away, and you're like, no, come back. 2 p.m. Frick. Linz, hi bye. You're pulling a little hi bye drive by right now. Hi bye drive by. Drive by, hi bye. We'll see you later, Linz. Thanks for jumping in and saying hi. It means a lot that even though you've got things to do, even though you're clearly too busy to watch the stream, you still want to say hi to everybody. Linz, you big sweetie. It's nice to see you. Oh, Did you not see that I saw the copy last night? It was 1 a.m. and then I was up at 5:30. No, I noticed. Yeah, no, I noticed, Alchemic. I just didn't call you out, you know? Oh, it says empty. Oh, you plant in these things. Oh, my chat just says, welcome to the chat room. I guess it just reconnected. Oh, I noticed, Alchemic. I just didn't call you out because I do the exact same thing. What are we gonna fight about it? Hey, does this mean that you have to what? Colin! Oh, how are you doing? Colin, whoa, welcome. Is it early in the morning? Is that what you're saying? Is it nice and early for our friendo Colin? How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. It's nice to see you, my friend. I love that badge. Just that 19 badge. I know that it's just a normal thing, but it really does make you distinctive. Colin, nobody else is using that badge that I see in my chat. You're a distinctive and fine friendo. A fine and fancy friend. We need creep vine seed clusters and gel sacks. And then we'll be able to break into a new area, you guys. You hear that? New area. Vonchuk, are you leaving? Huh? Oh, you have to do some real work? Okay, Vaughn, don't get fired. Sounds good. Oh, it's 6 p.m., but you did nothing all day. Colin, I've never been able to feel you more than right now. The pain, the pain of not doing anything, and I'm so excited about playing Resident Evil. I'm gonna put some more dish soap on this. It's been working great. Alchemic told me that I could take normal dish soap and put it on these glasses and it'll keep them from fogging up, and it's worked freaking perfect. It worked for like days on the tiniest little drop. It's actually quite genius. It does remind me of there's some things that are weird that you have to do whenever you're underneath the camera. Like Katie and I, for some stuff that we did. Katie's my sister, by the way, YouTube channel that I used to work for. We would have to like put on makeup for certain lightings. For certain lightings, I have to put on some makeup, which was my first experience, is just some mattifying powder. It also works with shaving cream if you ever run out of dish soap. If I ever run out, this does a lot. That's a lot of defogging. I'm pretty sure that I won't be alive by the time that I used all of that for defogging. I'm Zombie Food. How are you doing? You're looking forward to watching me play Resident Evil? That means a lot. I'm Zombie Food. I don't know. I have this like weird, I have this strange complex where I don't, it's probably not a complex, but I don't know. I have this like weird feeling that nobody wants to watch me play games. It's very strange. For being somebody who streams every single day and has friends in the chat, I still think that for some reason. So if I could just think of one person enjoying it, then it'd be worth it. It would be worth doing the Resident Evil playthrough if just one being enjoyed it. That's what I'm trying to wrap my mind around that. Okay, what? We're one gel sack short? Are you, bruh? Are you kidding me? But I went down to the bottom of the ocean and I picked up as many gel sacks as I could because I knew that I'd need them later. We could, oh wait, could we grow one? No, not inside because they only grow outside, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you can't put gel sack there. That's not a thing. You can't grow that there. Okay, so we gotta go down and get some gel sacks, you guys. You'd give it a watch? Oh my gosh. You like seeing people's reactions? See, I was thinking that I could, it'll be somewhat edited for sure. But it's a short game too. I don't know. I would definitely put a face cam on there, but it would probably look a little bit different than the stream. But I can edit it to make it a little bit more interesting. I am super tempted with videos to kind of over edit them, I suppose. I do really like curated content a lot. Kenny, I get that. I feel that. But you're a lot of fun to hang out with. You're very sweet, Anne. I know it's very silly for me to think that. It's a very dumb. I should not think that. I shouldn't say it and I shouldn't think it. I'm doing my best to get away from that because it's not true. It's not true. It's no good. It's just how my brain works. Bad brain. Bad. Sit down. You think like that too? Oh no. Oh no, Anne. It's true. And please invite me to play games. I don't think that you want to play any games with me either. Help. Stupid brain. Stupid brain says no one wants to play. But it's not true. Is that a baby a vote ago? It is. Look at the baby. This was sent by Gonda. Taiyaki. Isn't it cute? It just said, it was just sent to the P.O. box and it just said, from you know who. From you know who. And I did know exactly who it was immediately. Gonda. Egg, frying an egg. A Votigo. Egg, frying an egg. A Votigo. You've been watching those Apex videos, haven't you? Oh, what? No, I edited like that before I watched the Apex videos. Those are pretty funny, but they have zero personality. The people that make those videos, A-star, that goes too, it's too impersonal. It's too impersonal. I wouldn't do it that way, that's for sure. It's gotta have some of your personality. Otherwise, nobody's gonna notice. There's actually like a bunch of those .exe videos, all edited in the same style from different people because you can totally pull it off without being the specific person. But let's go down. A Cosmic Awakening, what's up? A Cosmic Awakening, I believe that you are one of the people that I love their profile picture on Discord. I think I noticed it today. It's so cute. Also, I hope the kitty cat jumps in today because I don't know if y'all saw the bunnies that she posted to the Discord, but they are so cute. They're fluffy with long hair. I have never seen a bunny look like that anybody has owned. I've seen some like gifs of bunnies that were that floofy, but that is some long hair. That is a long-haired bun. Oh, I forgot. I'm not allowed to go deep. I forgot that I'm not allowed to actually go that deep right now with our, with this vehicle. We need to do upgrades for it, but I need gel sacks. I wonder if we can reach them. I can't remember exactly where they are, but they're somewhere near. The bunnies? Leela, you gotta check it out. Leela, you've gotta go see it. It's over in the Discord. You gotta go look at the pets area. It's so cute. I think that they might be in a different spot. I'm not sure. Pretty sure. Not 100%, but I'm quite sure. What is this? Mobile vehicle? We already have this. Let's get this out of here. Colin, you said personality, what's that? I'm not sure, Colin, but it's what people like. I think I like your personality, Colin. Colin. Everybody's got something special to give, okay? Everybody's unique. Everybody's got something special going on. Sometimes it takes a little while to discover what that is yourself, but there's something that people like. What the? Ooh, the music's pretty down here. Oh, it's a PDA. Stupid stories. Ooh, there it is. We only need one, too. Nice. We only need one, too. Buckle my... We've got it. We got the one that we needed. Let's go home. We did it. First try. First area we checked. First try, baby. Zoom. You love the horse with a raincoat? Oh, my gosh. What? The horse has a raincoat? A random PDA out in the middle of nowhere. They're like,
I hope somebody finds this. This is my last will and testament. If this PDA isn't listened to, then my life was a waste. I've entered all of my life into this PDA. All of my secrets. I'll tell you where I buried my fortune. I'll tell you about my family, my life story. Please listen. Please listen to this story. I need you to.
Then I pick it up and I'm just like, worthless. Bad voice acting. Just toss it out.
No, please.
So my story must be told. Please don't cast it up. Sorry, buddy. You vote Parvan? No, not Parvan, that big dummy. Boop, boop, boop. What'd you say? Did you say, oh, what did Gonda say? Oh, wow. What are y'all talking about? Spending money? What? Good idea, send a baby shark. No. Do. Help. Bunny thread? No. In this game, can you make a shelter anywhere? Yes, you can. In fact, there is an advantage. There's something cool that happens in this game eventually. So like, I can't show you my base building thing, but there is a special thing on your base that's called a thermal reactor, I believe. Where is it? But the thermal reactor can only be used in spicy areas. So basically this is, oh, it's a thermal plant. So yeah, you have to go to like the lava area, and then you can put down this thermal plant and boom, you have endless power. It's pretty awesome. So they even encourage you to like go down to the deepest depths and build a base. I've only got this one because it's expensive to build them right now. And I don't really have like tons of crafting resources. And I'm totally behind right now, but we will build another base deeper so that it's easier. And also, the other thing is that we're trying to upgrade this sea truck here. You see how the back of it is kind of like open and weird looking? You can attach more pieces onto it so that you can make it into like a little mobile base. It's very cool. So hopefully soon we'll have a mobile base on that sea truck and then we can zoom. But I need to make the, what is it? Let me see. We got to pick up all the resources, all these gel sacks. We have to make a special hydraulic fluid, and this is to open up a gate so that we can walk across the island, so that we can get our prawn, so that we can discover the bottomless depths of the ocean. That's what we're supposed to do. Boing. Guys, my ceiling light is possessed. It keeps turning itself off and flickering. I turn it back on in the last 10 minutes, and then bye, you in the dark now. Kareem, I think that Satan may be there. Listen, you have to hold the cross up, and you have to throw salt onto it. You have to. What was that noise? Satan? Okay, so you have a possessed light bulb. Thankfully, I am 100% certified by the state of Louisiana to be a to do exorcisms. So I'm an exorcism professional, and I can totally help you out with that light bulb problem that you've got. Oh wee, Gabby Face, how are you doing? Oi 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 oi. Gabby Face is here. Oh yeah, how are you doing? Oh wow. Why Louisiana? Well, it's the only place that would give it to me. I tried out for lots of different states. New York doesn't even have it doesn't even have a proper test. Why not Texas? Texas, it's actually surprisingly hard to get an exorcism license because there's so many people in Texas with them. They've put some state limits, and Texas has been just like off the wall. Holy moly, there's so many people with those licenses. So they've kind of put a limit. We've got plenty of exercise in Texas. Huh? That's where all the spooky stuff happens, cause it's old Louisiana. Bayou ghosts everywhere. Beware, the ghosts of the crocodiles have come to get you. Get thee behind me, ceiling light. Ceiling light. Get behind me, ceiling light, and whatever else is going on here. Also, Kitty Cat, your bunnies are so cute. Kitty Cat, I'm glad that you're here because I flippin' love those floofy bunnies. They're not even floofy. That hair droop. They are some droopy floops, and it is so cute. I love them. I haven't seen bunnies like that in real life. I wanna see those bunnies. Are so cute. You've got bunnies. Oh, 2 of them. I know, and they're so cute. Salt and pepper. Anne has salt and pepper. And then I'm trying to remember what the name of Joy's bunny is. Oh dear, what is the name of her bunny? Is it Pebbles? I think. Is it Pebbles? And then Pookie is Lynn's bunny. And I don't know if I can remember the name of the 2 buns that Kitty. Joy's bunny is Pebble. Aha! I remember. Listen, I don't remember real people's names. I don't remember people's ages. I don't know my mom's birthday, but you can guarantee that I know Anne's bunny names, okay? Listen, priorities. Priorities. Whee! Excuse me, you had 2 bunnies when you were a kid? Fluffy and Thumper? Thumper. May not be original, but it is adorable. Adorable. Okay, progress. Progress, you guys. Go, 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 go. Blonde! Oh my gosh, Blonde, how are you doing? Welcome! You don't remember people's names either? And were you there whenever OT asked Click what my name was? Did you see that? That might have been offline, I'm not sure. But he was like, Earl is here. And then he was like, do you know Earl's real name? And he was like, Earl's name? he was completely taken aback. He was like, Earl's name? Name? There's a name that's not Earl? And OT didn't tell him. I'm sure that he knows now, but back then he didn't tell him anything. What? Earl has name? I don't believe it. Whee! Blonde Genius, you're good? How's my day going? Pretty good. You know what? My day got infinitely better whenever I tuned in over here and I decided to hang out with my friends. It's even better.
Of what?
I recall ravenous creatures
Bruh.
beneath the ice.
Oh yeah, the worm. I researched the worm just a little bit, you guys. It looks like you cannot kill the worm. This is why I wanted to look it up. You cannot kill the worm. There's no murder of the worm.
That's illegal.
Oh my gosh. Colin! Whoa, think of the 5 gifted subs. Holy moly. Oh, what? Oh my gosh, that's dumb. You just doubled the subs that you've ever given. Thank you so much, Colin, for the big drop of subs. The subs for Nemesis Kid, for Trelapping, for the Azalea Star, Ali, and Psycho Bliss. What the heck? Thank you so much for the big generosity, my friend. Dang! Colin, you sweet bean. I appreciate it. In this dangerous, icy world, that kindness just warms me to the bone. Thank goodness, because I might freeze out here otherwise. Thank you so much. Let's go. Let's go. All 5 of you beans that just got gifted subs, enjoy ad-free viewing, all of the emotes, and movie nights every single Sunday. Whoopee! It looks like we're going to be watching, there's two movies that are vying for my attention, but I think that we're going to be watching Kubo. We're going to be watching Kubo this week, you guys, on a Sunday. I know that it's the middle of the week. I don't mean to remind you that it is only Wednesday. Ooh, just titanium, just sitting there. Okay, it's really chilly out here. We need to hide, you guys. I've never seen Kubo before. It looks incredible. I actually own it on Blu-ray, and I still haven't seen it. It's gonna be great. Okay, hopefully we can find some warmth. I have a snowsuit that I'm not wearing right now. Real pea brain out here. Okay, here we go. This will be warm, I think. Because look how dark it is in here. The darker it is in the cave, the warmer it is. We're almost to our prawn suit over there. Our shrimp machine. Our shrimp machine is right there. If we can... Ooh. Oh, an abstract cabling, it says. Looks like it says cabling. It's always Wednesday. It's true. It's been Wednesday all day. We gotta just pick some of these worm peppers. Mmm, yummy. It not only gives you water, it not only gives you food, but it also gives you warmth. Thank goodness. Boing. La 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 la. It's really well done with animation art. You mean in this game? Huh? This game? Man, animation art reminds me. I really want to commission more art for this channel. I would love to get custom squirrel alerts. It'd be so cute if I could get some like animated GIFs that play. I just gotta come up with more of them. I want more art for this channel. I just need to commission and find people to commission. I'm so bad at messaging people. I hate it. But I'll find them. I'll find them. 2 more Wednesdays and you're free for summer. All right. Awesome sauce. Almost there. Almost free. Animated GIFs. Can you really animate the GIF? But the GIF is an image. You can't animate an image. It's 1 frame. How do you do that? That's impossible. No. Oh, oh, oh my gosh. No. Oh, I'm stuck. Leave me alone. Oh, no. Oh my gosh. Run away. Bruh. Heck no. No! My prawn! I want my shrimp! My shrimp, please! Run! Run, my shrimp, my sweet shrimp! Oh! Shrimpy! Oh my gosh! So stressful! You hate messaging people too? Tay, I feel your pain! Communication is hard. Communication was hard for him. It's true. La la la. Ah, run! I'm trying. Oh, my prawn. Prawn daddy. We're practically here. We made it. We made it. Ooh. Why is it all silver? Who in their right mind ever needed silver? For goodness sake. If anything, there's a oversaturation of silver around here. Okay, so let's get our speedster. Let's get our speedster. Dog in the doggle, what's up? How are you doing? Oh, look at it standing all tall and strong. Look at that sassy prawn. Do. Let's bring the prawn on down here a little bit. Okay. Now we hop out. Prawn gets down so that we can... Prawn's getting down. Let's grab this stuff. We need a laser cutter. Let's eat this worm. Oop, I threw it. Get rid of the snow. We've got our laser cutter. And we've got our sea glide that has no charge. Okay, we gotta replace the battery. The battery needs some juice. Let's put it right here. And then we'll put the laser cutter right at the very front. Oh my gosh. Okay, yes, signal lost. I get it. I know. We need more battery. Turn off the map. Put back the battery. All right, and now we're ready to cut our way through here. Let's go. Let's get down to progress. To defeat. Let's get down to progress. To defeat the worms. I also... Absolute genius move, you guys, earlier. Absolute... I mean, my brain is honestly swelling from the intelligence. I can barely hold all of this information in my head. I took out my cube. I took the cube out of my hand. Absolute genius move. The cube that we're supposed to place on this right over here. Genius move. I decided it wasn't time to open up the portal. It was a decision. Lots of people would question this decision, but you know what? I've never been one to bow down to what people expected. So I purposefully avoided the cube because I thought, you know what? We need to come back for the content, you guys, for the content. You know, I'll always lay down my own opinions and my own smart thoughts. I'll always lay it down for the content, you guys. I want to make sure that we've got enough to do this evening. So I made some slight adjustments just for y'all.
What about Yukon Cornelius? Gold and silver. Silver and gold. Silver and gold.
I always thought that Yukon Cornelius looked like he had 2 pieces of bacon stuck onto his mouth. He's basically the bacon prospector. Okay, so now, over here, we can unlock a secret shortcut. A super secret, incredible shortcut. All we gotta do is just zoom. All we gotta do is zoom, and then we can make it over here any old time. Easy McPeasy. I can't see anything. Okay. We've just got to go as fast as possible, but we've also got our rebreather, so we should be all good. You'll never get that image out of your head. Oh, no. Do you also smell someone using their brain? Listen, if somebody's thinking hard enough and their brain is frying, then you can smell it. So people that think really hard, you can smell them from a mile away. Hey, what's up? Kotago, how are you doing? Haven't seen me in a while. Nice avodago. Thank you so much. By the way, I know that it's avocado, but that's the way that my TTS bot says it. It says avodago, egg, frying an egg, avodago. So it's a bit of a meme on the channel now. So yes, I have the most beautiful avodago sent by Gonda. Absolutely blessed. Absolutely blessed. How are you doing, Kotago? I hope you're having a good day. Avodago is way cooler. Oh yeah, 100%. Avocado. No, thanks. That does remind me that kids, at least the kids that I've ever met, they always call it guacamole. They always call it guacamole, not guac. They don't say guacamole, they say guacamole. Like waka waka waka. Good job, kids. Also, what are we supposed to do now? So we cut our way through the ice. Now we can get over there any old time. Easy McPeasy. Whack-a-mole. Yeah, exactly. It's the new hottest game. Whack-a-mole. There, look at that. Secret entrance into the ice caves. Because the Spanish GU makes a w sound. Guacamole. Just like that. It's gua. It's very specific. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. Excuse me. Zoom. Whee! You know what's cooler than an avocado, than an avodago? All of you. And so sweet and so wholesome. So sweet and wholesome. Also, let me tell you what, Anne. You are lots of fun to play games with, so don't let your dummy brain ever fight you. You tell that brain to shut up. Everybody likes watching. Everybody enjoys the stream even more if Anne's there. Anne makes the stream even more fun every time. Every time. Listen, if there's no Anne playing Among Us, listen. I don't know if I can join the stream, friends, if they're playing Among Us without Anne. Like, come on, we need the Anne content. What are you talking about? Anne doesn't stream enough. We've got to sucker Anne into streaming more. The only way is Among Us. Oh, it's the thing. The zoom. Upwards. It is cool as heck. Now, we can take our prawn home, and we can easily crack into this zone anytime that we want. And this is a teleporter, by the way. I wish that I had the cube to demonstrate, but this will definitely become a teleporter, I'm pretty sure. So let's go home. Let's take our prawn back. Our prawn should be out here. Oh yeah, and we also need to, where's my screenshot folder? Not the current session. I want Subnautica below zero. These are, let's see, what does it say there? Battery, magnetite, and lubricant. Okay. Magnetite, 2 of them, battery, lubricant. That actually wouldn't be too hard. That wouldn't be too difficult for us to build that, I think. Snow fox stuffs. Yeah, because I want to make a snow fox for funzos. Because you know all about my imposter game. You know when I'm sus all of the time. Of course. And I need at least one person that I can read, okay? The rest of them are closed books. I don't understand what a single one of them is thinking. But Anne is so easy to read. Thank goodness. Okay, now there is a worm out here. Maybe we leave this out here so that we can go get the snow fox stuffs in a little bit. Maybe we go grab the snow fox things. And then we grab the cube as well. Then we bring them back to the prawn and we navigate our way up there to make a snow fox. And we also test out this teleporter. Because the sea truck's only a little while away. So I think that's what we're gonna do. But we cut a hole in the wall. You can only cut it one way, unfortunately. I was gonna try to cut in from it from the other side, but I couldn't do it. They wouldn't let me do it. You have to cut it from one side only. Tank, what's up? It's going fantastic. For some reason, I am now thirsty. I will drink water. Whew. Imagine eating water. Imagine drinking water. Imagine drinking and eating. Imagine being a human being. So weird and quirky. Imagine. Just imagine needing water to live. Weird. Bite the water. Oh, what? You can't bite water. Oh no. I think that I was just using a little bit of my boost and now I might run out of air. Would never happen. How's it going? It's going pretty fantastic, Tank. I hope that you're having a good day. We're pretty much just vibing, you know. You know, we just vibing.
30 seconds of oxygen remaining.
Playing some this new sweet Subnautica game. I'm so glad that this game finally came out. I've been waiting for way too long, and now we can finally play it. I'm so happy. It's so fun, so quirky. Kenny's being so unique, eating water. Oh, did you ever do the juggling break from an hour ago from Anne? Yeah. I did that juggling break. I totes did it 100%. 100% true. And why do I have to juggle again? You know what? I need to switch those. I need to switch the workout and the juggling break. I made the workout every 3 hours. And then I made the juggling break every 1 hour, but I should have done it the other way around. Mama Willow, what's up? Hey, Mama Willow's here. Oh yeah. How you doing, friendo? Hope that you're having a good day. Thank you for the water break. I literally just drank though. Did you just see me like chug tons of water? My stomach is, I can feel it is full. My stomach would actually probably whine at me if I drank any more water. Imagine being a normal, sane, healthy human that listens to their body. I'm trying to imagine it, Blonde Gina. I just can't even do it. Cue Jaws theme. Dun 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 dun. Bum 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 bum. It would have been great if if some enemy popped up, but you know what? This game's not actually that scary. There's no surprise. I don't have the imagination for that anymore. You don't need to imagine it. Alchemic, there's no such thing as a normal human being. Have you ever met a normal human being? If you ever meet one, you should try to hang out with them a little bit more, and you'll find out that they're not that normal. There's no such thing as a normal human. They're too weird. They're too weird and unexpected. There's just too much junk that humans can choose to do and do choose to do. It's the eye of the tiger. It's the eye of the jelly. We need to record that. We need to record a new fresh single. The eye of the jellyfish. How are you doing? I'm doing great, Kenny. You just got done with OBS. Oh, snap. Time to get back to streaming after a year break. What are you starting up? What are you starting up? Huh? Well, I guess that's what I shall do this summer. No more streams for me. Wait, what are you choosing to do? Searching for normal people? Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, whatever makes you happy, friend. Docking modules already been added. I can't do storage, fabricator, or aquarium yet. I want to build some fancy vehicle stuff, but I can't do it. Normal is boring. It's true. Why be normal when you can drink coffee at all hours of the evening? Gulp, gulp. Being addicted to coffee isn't really abnormal, but it's a good choice. It's the best addiction that money can buy. Oh, look out, little pingling. You see the little baby? Virtual streaming, you made your own avatar and you spent an hour setting up your scenes for games in your VR cam. Ooh, VR. That sounds awesome. Oh, okay. Alchemic, don't leave us! Alchemic, what would we do without you? No. Socializing. Wait a second. What? Nobody's allowed to socialize. No parties. No friends. Okay, I'm sorry. I just had to do that really quick. Let me... Oh. Aha. Okay, we got a cube. Number 1, we got the cube. Number 2, we need to make that snow fox. So we need to have a little bit of lubricant. Just somewhere around here. La, 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 la. Ooh. I think that we might have to go grab one of those big old weird red floaty things. These right here. You'll send pics of the avatar. Ooh. What kind of avatar are we talking about? Are we talking about like an animal avatar? What is it? You put them in arts as I class 3D modeling as art? Oh, it is. Of course it is. 3D is just a medium. It's a medium through which you have made some art. That's super cool. I want to see it. Da da da. You're awkward talking to your own family. Oh, what? Kitty cat, what about talking to the bunnies? What about talking to your bunnies? That's part of the family. I'm sure that they listen to you really good. Really good. Okay, we got some lubricant, and now we just need 2 magnetite. I wonder if we've got 2 magnetite. I think that we've got zippity squat magnetite is what I'm seeing here. Arson, how are you doing? What's up? Aha, you had a really fun time with your friends. You ate an entire cake? What? You cut a giraffe fan and you ate an entire cake. This sounds like quite the excursion, my friend. Oh, wow. Ow. They're just normal human avatars, but you did make one with cat ears, but it doesn't work with the blinking and lip sync, so you have to fix that. Ooh. A non-blinking cat. I will admit that sounds slightly frightening, but I still want to see it. Cat girls don't blink. Everybody knows that. Doo-doo. Put some copper down. Let's see. What do we got in these packages? We need to get rid of our silver because we have to go down and we have to get some more magnetite. Unfortunately, I wanted to make one of those zoom vehicles, but at the moment, I believe that what we need to do is make it so that our vehicle can go down deep. I don't, where is it? Is it not docked? Why didn't I? Oh, I put it at the front door. What? Whee! Okay, let me dock this thing. Take a little look at what's going on over here. Your dog judges you 24/7? Oh no, your bunnies can't judge me, so that's fine. Listen, pick yourself an animal that can't judge you. That's how you do it. Champion of the Raven Queen. Hey, what's up? How are you doing? How are you doing? Hello. Okay. Oh, wait, let me hop over there and see what my upgrades are. I don't think I have any upgrades in it, but I'm gonna double check. Nope, not a single one. So the whole world is open to us. All we gotta do is just make ourselves some depth modules. Easy peasy. Princess Toad, hey, what's up? Princess Toad, how are you doing? Hello. Hope you're doing fantastic, my friend. Enameled glass. I see that. 2 enameled glass. And what was it? One of the fancy ingots? Fancy ingot. Yep, one of these plastiles. Let's see. Can we get it? Do we have any glass already? Or do we need to go make some more? I kind of feel like we have glass. Maybe we don't. Let's add these. We'll put away this titanium for now because we don't need any. We can also make our food really quick. Let's process our water. You're great. It's so warm there today. I wonder if it is warm here. I think it is. You know, Texas is just all over the place. It's all over the place. Who knows what it is outside? The AC is being pretty quiet, so I guess it's pretty pleasant out there. I haven't been outside all day. What do you mean? What do you mean? You really love this game? Me too, Mama Willow. It's awesome. I love it. I'm happy that they made a sequel just so that there's more stuff for me to do, so that I don't have to play the same game over and over. That's essentially what they've afforded me. Is now I don't have to play the exact same thing over and over and over. But I would have. Because I'm still actually tempted to do a speed run or something to this game. So much fun. The creatures actually made you feel scared, but they're cool. Do you mean this game specifically? Because this is the sequel. If you didn't know. If you didn't know, this is basically Subnautica 2. Chew. Okay. Now we should be able to make the enamel glass. Then we can make us go deeper. The truck says it's 82. The truck? Which one's 82? Oh, where? C truck right here. Bada bing, bada boom. Upgrade. 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 Oh, the truck. Oh, you're saying your vehicle. I see, Calico. Your vehicle is saying that the outside weather. I see. Subnautica 2 Electric Boogaloo. Electric Boogaloo. No, not City Slickers. City Slickers 2 Electric Boogaloo. The best meme that's ever existed. Thank you for that blessing. I appreciate it. We need to make some more enameled glass. I think I'm gonna need like one more piece. We might need some more lead too, unfortunately. Lead and gold are the worst. Hey, Minnie's here!
Thanks to Alchemic Refuge for my sub-gift. Hello, friendos.
All right! It's our friendo Minnie. Hooray! One of our favorite Kiwis in the whole world. How are you doing? Aw, yeah, your sub-gift is still going strong. 4 more months, Minnie. Goodness gracious. I'm so glad to have you here. Minnie's one of our OG friendos that's been hanging out for like forever. We love you, Minnie. Hope you're having a wonderful morning? Question mark? Is it morning for you right now? Did you just wake up? Minnie, I hope you're having a good day. It's nice to see you. Ay. Let's go grab some more. Let's go grab s'more. You're good. You've missed us. Hooray! Hooray! You came back to us. I'm sorry that you missed us, but I'm so glad that you're back. Minnie, how have you been, friendo? We should play a game sometime soon. Whoopee! Minnie! How is the lime? How is the lime? How are you doing? Everything going well? I mean, I saw you kind of recently, but I'm still curious. Okay, we're just gonna grab a little bit of extra quartz. We might as well. It's all over here. Yes, it is bright and early on May 20th. Oh, I know that you're one day earlier. I mean, one day later. I know that. You don't have to remind me.
Fun fact. Day 5 hype apparently, we have better maps of Mars than we do of the ocean floor. That's interesting. The ocean is such an unknown place. Unlike Kenny's streams, cause we know what to expect. Only top quality content.
And that's very sweet, and also it's a cool fact. It's a cool fact because I mean, I guess we can make maps. I guess we can make maps of a flat planet easier, right? Right? Because we can see all of it, and we can't see underneath the water, so we don't know what's going on down there. And you're too sweet, and I mean it. Too sweet. Stop it. Ah! Oh, also, I'm supposed to do some juggling, right? Is it juggling time? Anne said that we were supposed to do a juggling break 11 minutes ago. Okay, you guys, it's time for us to juggle a couple things. Let me make the enamel glass really quick, and we'll make this upgrade. And then we're gonna just juggle really quick. We're gonna just try to do like each one of my tricks in succession really quick. That's MK. It's MK1. We need to make MK2 right here. There we go. Now we can get deep. We could swap stories by moonlight, by the campfire. Scary stories. It's time for us to get deep. Okay, let's juggle. Let's do some. Let me pause this game. Let me turn on some jam and Mario music. You gotta do some chores before you go visit your family this weekend, so you gotta head out. We'll see you later, Blonde. Good luck with the choresies, and I hope that you have a good time this weekend. We'll see you later. Blonde. Nighty night. Nighty night. Toodaloo. Let me see. Where's my other music? There we go. Can you still hear the game music in the background? All right, let me just do a quick juggle for y'all's entertainment really fast. Let me just put on my clown nose, honk honk, and I'm gonna, and because the camera is low right now, I have to like sit on my I'm just gonna do this on my knees, okay? We're just gonna get on our knees, you guys. Let's pray to the juggling gods that I can juggle a little bit. Okay, let me see. Is that Mario Kart? I'm not sure, Tank. Whoa! Mario Kart. I think that this one has like a lot of Mario Party, if I'm not mistaken. It's just a new what's it called? Playlist that I found today, and I've been kind of loving it. Oh! How dare it! Okay, let me see. It's a little bit different to juggle on your knees. On your knees. The depth is somewhat hard to, oh no, let me see. No, dang it. I'm supposed to do 2 that time. Ah. Okay, let me see. Can I switch in and out of the 1, 2, 1, 2? No, dang it. Okay, one more time, here we go. 1, now. Gotta throw it straight. 1, 2. Inconsistent. Here we go. 1, 2, 1. No, dang! I just barely missed it with my left. Here we go. 1, 2. Again. 1, 2, 1. There, is that good enough? Was that cheating? Oh no. Okay, let me practice the shower a little bit. Okay, hang on. I'm just not smooth today. It's inconsistent. Today it's a little bit inconsistent. I need to practice every day though, and y'all are totally helping me out. Thank you. Let me do a few of those. I'm feeling way more comfortable with my right hand today. It's weird. Okay, there we go. No! I can't. I'm not even able to do the cascade today. Maybe I should just practice the cascade mostly. Because I keep throwing it a little too far out. There we go. Higher. No! Dang it. I was gonna try here. Look, we're gonna go low. Whoa. No. Okay. Where'd the other one go? Oh. Okay. There we go. That was some pretty good practice. Thank you, Anne, for. No, my Avodago. There we go. Avodago bean has to stick with us, you guys. We mustn't forget them. We mustn't let them go. Awesome Muffin, what's up? The clappy hands, the hyper claps. Aw, yeah. Have you gotten the hydraulics? Oh, yeah. We already got that done, Awesome Muffin. Is that a birthday wall? It is. Those are all the birthday beans. A Votigo emote? No, we've already got too many emotes. Oh, I wish that we had more slots. We don't have any more emote slots, so I can't do it. I won't do it. Listen. I've already paid for 8 more emotes that just haven't arrived yet. They'll be here soon, I promise. Boing. Yes, I promise the emotes will be here soon. But yes, it's the birthday wall. All of those are people that gifted subs during my birthday. I'm still reeling. The birthday was too powerful. Too powerful. Frying an egg. A Votigo. Yeah, Awesome Muffin. This avocado was sent by none other than Gonda. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. The crush depth is now 650 meters. The reason why is that the reason why I just did all that work is because we have to go down and get some magnetite. Now, why do we need magnetite? So that we can make a snow speeder. Why do we want to make a snow speeder? No reason whatsoever. Actually, there's no reason to do that, but if I'm gonna make the snow speeder, I want to do it while my prawn is already over there, and the prawn is super useful for going deep. So I've got to, if we're making a snow speeder, then we've got to get our buns down there and get some magnetite. Also, if we can, we should scan any suspicious vehicle-looking things down there, because there are still more parts to our vehicle that we haven't found yet. So I've got extra enamel glass. Imagine having extras of like one of the most annoying and rare resources. Splendid. I don't really like that I have to skip all the way over here to put more stuff. Maybe I should take out this right now. I would rather put the plants in here and have it not make any sense than to not have this open for me to just dump more mats in. Okay. These are just like normal mineral stuff. I'm gonna take the enamel glass out though, because we'll put that over here. This is stuff that we've already put together. And the creep vine sample goes here? Yes. See, it's already making a little bit more sense. We don't need all of these first aid kits. These are too many. There's simply too many. The max that we ever need is like 2, I think. I want crackers. I'm gonna get crackers with Nutella, and I don't care if it's almost midnight. I eat super late anyway. I eat super late at night. It's just the way that it goes. Last night, I got bamboozled. Ion Cube, thank you for reminding me.
Kenny birthday, May 5th. Yes, I remember. Was fun, and no misinformation here. They're 5 blep, but I'm glad you had a lot of fun with that stream. Was a lot of fun to hang out.
The blep that was entered by the text. May 5th, yes, I remember. Was fun. No misinformation here, the 5 blep. But I'm glad that you had fun with the stream, and thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you for the 100 bits, and you big sweetie. You big sweetie with your stinking sweet words. I don't have a response to any of them now. You've drained all my response. Oh no, I left my tools in the prawn. I forgot to take my tools out of the. Oh, bad boy. We'll see you later if you're leaving. We will see you later, my friend. Oh, good thing that I grabbed the sea glide, but I forgot to get my tools out of that stupid prawn. Oh well. We're just going down to get magnetite anyway. I can scan everything, and I got the laser module, and we got a brick of food. Okay, I think that we're good. I think that we're ready to go. But Ann, you're too kind, and now I don't have anything to say. Now I've got nothing. May 2nd, though, that's true. There was definitely misinformation there. The birthday is May 2nd. But anybody that wanted to check the birthday area in the Discord could have figured that out. Thank goodness. Wee! Here we go. You bought your friend's Stardew Valley so that you and your friends can play together. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome sauce. Stardew Valley is fantastic to play co-op. I love it. I love it. You beat a Fury in Hades? You mean that you beat Meg? Did you defeat Megara? Or did you defeat Tisiphone? Or did you defeat what's the last one? Electo? Which one? Which one did you defeat? I must know. They're all annoying in their own way. Oh, you beat Meg. Awesome sauce. Meg is probably my favorite one to fight. I like the Meg fight. That's the good one. You're so glad that I like Stardew. Such a good game. Yeah, we need to do like a Stardew update. But I'm so fascinated with this game that I gotta admit, I'm a little bit obsessed right now. Just a little bit obsessed with this underwater nonsense. I've been waiting for this for so long. So it's nice to finally be able to get back in the ocean. But we will definitely return to Stardew sometime soon for a little update of sorts. That's where gold can be stored. Let's just grab it if we can. Stardew's so chill. It's true. Sometimes a little too chill. But it is real nice. Real nice. You're in love with the game too, but the Stardew update, what? But a Stardew update will be loved? Oh yes, it's fantastic. You beat Stardew, Awesome Muffin. You defeated it, you crushed it. Listen, games are made to be defeated, my friend. You did what had to be done. Yeah, we could just basically ignore that creature that just blew itself up. It's like a little bomber fish. Oh my gosh, it's Peps! Garrett! How are you doing? Oh my goodness. We got friends popping in. We got friends popping in. Say hi. How are you doing? Oi, 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 oi. It's Peps. Hey, Peps, how are you doing? Hello. Why are you crying? Dry those tears. Dry those tears, you sweet little blinding of Isaac. Poor blinding of Isaac. How dare. Don't make the boy cry. How are you doing, Peps? Hope you're doing fantastic, friend. Are you a busy bean? Are you a busy bean working hard? Hey, Ollie's here too. All right. Peps and Ollie both dip in at the same time. There's too much going on. And I'm going underwater, frightened. The Binding of Isaac, fun game. It is a fun game, but it's too edgy for the stream. It's good stuff. We need to play more. You could never crush Stardew just as long as Evelyn is in existence. Oh, Evelyn. Wait, is that a character in Stardew? I don't remember a character named Evelyn. Oh, Callie, welcome home. Hey, Callie. Hello. Welcome home, friendo. I hope that the drive was good. Was the driver good? Evelyn's the old lady. Oh, the old granny. The old lady, Evelyn. Evelyn, the wife of George. Angry old whiny old George. And Evelyn, the old lady. I remember them. Yeah. She's super friendly. And George takes a little while for him to warm up, but he's a good bean. I like George. Grumpy old man for the win. The grumpier the better. Hello? Yeah, down there's an ancient artifact, but I don't know how to get to it. How do we do it? Bleep, bloop, 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 bloop. This is just a dang old sea truck fragment. I already have the sea truck. I don't need any more pieces. You need to give me some pieces for some more units. That's what I want. Yeah, yes, the old woman that throws perfectly good cookies in the trash. Can you find cookies in her trash can? She's just like, oh, it's 1 day old. This cookie's ruined. Garbage. Throw it away. And you're like, food. I can't even cook anything. I haven't even learned any Queen of Sauce recipes. She's like, if you want it, you can have it. Except for she's not. She's like, oh, you weirdo, stop digging through the trash. Why did you make it an option? If you're gonna just insult me, game, so rude. You haven't befriended him because you don't want to receive rocks in the mail? Oh, what? Oh my gosh. Okay, I've already been down here, I think. How do? Yeah, we've already been down here, I think. Oh, well. does look kind of alien around here. See these like alien pillars? Well, maybe we should follow the alien pillars. Are they going this way? Maybe? What? Oh, look, there's another one. Okay, hang on. Oh, you're back. You had to grab your pizza out of the oven. Ooh, pizza time. Delicious. Delicious pizza time for everybody. Alien distress call origin. Oh my. Oh my. Is this isn't where an ancient thing is. They're down there. We've already been in here. I think that this is where we scanned, yeah, this is where we got cursed. This is where we got cursed with our new robot overlord. But the scanner's this way, deeper. Looks like a replicator. Oh, the thing does? Yeah, it's that was where we got the AI downloaded onto us, but I'm not sure how we can get down to this ancient architect piece. We'll figure this out. We'll just schmoove our way through here. There's gotta be some way to get down there. I just don't know how to do it yet. We definitely do need to go deeper, but I feel like we've already been down here. Whee! Okay, where's the... Supposed to be right there, 300 meters. So we're close. Have we been down here? Wow. Oh, pretty. Pretty, but frightening. Pretty frightening. There's more pieces, up there. So it's a little bit higher now. Let's just see if we can navigate our way over there. We're 239. This is the closest that we've gotten yet. Careful now. You might want to fix your ship. That's a decent idea. Too bad I don't have my repair. I don't have my repair beam. We need to find magnetite before I can repair this ship, because I totally left it behind. Oh dear. You're right though. Let's see, there's diamond down here. There's stuff to scan. Hang on. Oh my gosh. Okay. No. I missed some messages. I'm so sorry. Athena, how are you doing? Welcome to the chat. Oh my gosh, I didn't even read it. You said I'm back. Sorry, did I miss anything important? We unlocked the bridge. And we made it across. We made it back to our prawn, and we finally built ourselves another sea truck. So we're still floundering a little bit from some of my previous mistakes, but things are getting better. Fabricator modules. So now we can make a fabricator in our little sea truck. Now, if only we could find the storage pieces. That's what I want. Let's see. You really do hope that it becomes possible to explore the ocean more here on Earth and in the future. I'm super curious about what's down there. I'm super curious, but I'm also scared. The ocean is very frightening, but I'm interested to find out what's down there. My curiosity is way greater than my fear. But, you know, just so long as I don't have to do the discovering, I'm super excited to find out what they find down there. Y'all go down there and then bring back like the deets. There we go. Storage module. Nice. So now we'll be able to make some modules that'll stick out of the ship. In fact, wait a second. You want to watch it on live stream? Okay, now hang on. Now hang on. If you want to watch it on live stream, that's going to be a lot longer. From being able to discover the bottom of the ocean to being able to stream live from the bottom of the ocean, I think there might be, you know, a little bit of a gap. There might be a tiny bit of a gap between those two things, maybe. So if we wanted to make a fabricator that's lead and plasteel, easy. Plasteel wiring, lead, easy. But if we can bring back lead, that's a good idea. And if we can bring back magnetite. Magnetite and lead are the two things that we're going to kind of be looking for down here. And if these are more pieces, I will totally scan them. Ooh, woo, pizza man here with the pizza. All right, pizza time. You got to go? Oh, we'll see you later. Awesome. Awesome muffin. We'll see you later, my friend. Thanks for vibing with us. Do-do-do. Do-do-do. La 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 la. Very suspicious down here. Let's actually stay out of my thing for a second. Let's see if we can find anything. Got some lithium. Got some delicious lithium, I say. I say now. Ooh. More to scan. More to scan. Broop, broop, broop. I'll donate $10 if you find a large, scary monster and let it kill you. What? You think that I would sacrifice the content for money? Where's the enemy? I'm about to get eaten. Where is it? What kind of an offer is that? What? Peps, what kind of offer is that? Unbelievable. I can't believe that you're trying to kill me out here. I'm disappointed. Has your penguin fish collection expanded? We have a full aquarium that is filled with penguins right now. We have a small penguin collection, but I hope to build more aquariums worth. I'm just letting them reproduce a little bit. Oh, thanks for the follow, Lino. I appreciate it. Is that Chimera? Is that Lino Chimera? Thanks so much for the follow. I appreciate it. I hate the ocean except for the shallow waters. The fact that there's an endless pit with low visibility that you can't breathe in is unsettling. I completely agree with you. I am scared by the I'm scared by SeaWorld fish tanks. Just the fish tanks that they keep the orcas in. I am terrified of that. They are way too deep. It is still, even though it's man-made, it is still way too scary for me. I don't like it at all. Too deep, too disturbing. No freaking thanks. Oh, Echo, thank you for the sip. Man, we are in Diamond Town over here. Goodness. Welcome to Diamond City, you guys. Huh, there's more stuff to scan. Nice. Well, at least I can confirm whether or not I've been here by, like, how much it's scanned. La-dee-do-do. La-dee-dee-dee. What's that? What is all the noises that are happening? I don't see any enemies. Oh, there's one over there. Oh, there's a squiddly looking guy over there. Pretty cool. Okay, let's go back down to our ship. And how do we get to that other thing? You love aquariums? The fish are so pretty. I kind of want to get an aquarium for my house. I wouldn't mind having little fishies that I could spy on all the time. That's my favorite thing about having a pet, is spying on them. That's part of why I guess I didn't get along with the cat too much, is that it wouldn't stay still. I couldn't watch it. It was always hiding. I want a pet that I can watch intently and record its activities. I want to be an observer. And the less that I am observed, the better. Cats will stalk you. Cats are like, I'm gonna be doing some research on this human. I want to be able to watch the fish. Wait, do you not have a kitty anymore? I do not. My sister is now taking care of the cat. The cat has been, the cat is gone. The cat's been gone for like months and months and months. You used to look through books about deep sea stuff whenever you were a kid. It was so much fun. All the angler fishes and stuff. The glowy fishes are super cool. Anglers are both frightening and amazing. I loved, I had a specific book whenever I was a kid that was like a lookbook. It was like Where's Waldo, except for it had real animals and the pictures were super detailed and kind of realistic. And I loved that book. They were like, but it would be like, there's 70 parrotfish. Like 70, it would be insanely large numbers to look for. And they would be really hard to find because they hid them in plain sight. And they just made it look like schools of fish and you had to count every single one of them. But I love that book. It definitely fascinated me with underwater a little bit. Your cats figured out how to control the security cams? No. The cats are watching. I'm just trying to make sure that I don't get brapped by that big enemy. Because I'm not really sustaining damage from bouncing around very much. And I'd rather not get chomped. As long as we don't get chomped, we should be good, right? I hope so. Oh, what did you say, Athena? You said your cat is looking over your shoulder watching. Just watching. Seek fluid intake? Oh, I've got some fluid with me.
Vital signs.
By the way, if I miss any messages, I'm so sorry. I will totally read them again. I will totally read them if you just repost them. I apologize. Chat's kind of going quick. Ah! Brain slow. Brain melted. Oh, what's down here? It's a cool little like underwater volcano. I ancient. Oh, I don't get how to get to this stinking artifact. I must be barking up the wrong tree. I mean, honestly, that's got to be what it is. Look at that. We're even further than we were before. This is the direction that it's in, but I can't figure out how to get on that level. Maybe we got to start from the top, kind of get above it, and then go downward. Let's try to get above that spot directly and see what happens. It's definitely down low, but maybe there's like a little hallway to it. They're definitely not giving me any hints. Whee! Your cat just enjoyed it climbing up the curtains as a kitten? Oh my gosh. That is adorable and frustrating and adorable. I feel like we just went this way. I don't know. This looks kind of promising. This looks like it's going directly towards it. Look, it's right there. We're only 200 meters away. This has got to be it, right? We're so close. Now we're still only 200, but look, a wall. Ah, dang it, we've been in here before. No. Oh no. Is this really the end? Is this the end of the road? We must be approaching it from the wrong side, I guess. I'm not sure. Yeah, we've definitely been over here before. This windy old ocean. Look at this. This looks like a doorway. You have to put an ancient skull right there. An ancient artifact that opens up the door. Just like in Indiana Bones. Nope. This really does look like a dead end, don't it? It really do look like a dead end. It's right here. It's only 190 away. No. So close. So close to the edge. And I'm about to break. Shut up when I'm talking to you. Shut up. We could go a little bit lower, but I just don't think it's down here. There's also like a giant hole in the middle of the ocean. Maybe we should look for that, because I'm pretty sure that that's where the magnetite is, and who knows, we might get lucky. We might get lucky, and that might be where we're supposed to go. Ooh. Now we just have to figure out how to get the heck out of here. Athena, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to be productive with? I'm sorry for distracting you. I apologize. No, stupid distracting Subnautica. Subnautica's distracting me too. And you should get ready for sleep. Got an appointment before work, so you did wake up earlier than usual. And get some good rest. It's nice hanging out with you, as always. As always, it's great to see Anne. Now get yourself some sleep. Get yourself some sleep. Good luck with tomorrow. I hope that it goes fantastic. We'll see you later, Anne. Nighty nights. I look forward to seeing more art and more of you. Weep, 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 weep. Let's go. Go to schlep. Get your good schlep. Everybody deserves good rest. You deserve good rest. You're trying to write, but you're having writer's block anyway? Darn it. What kind of stuff are you writing? Are you writing it for school, or are you writing it for pleasure? Oh man, my ship is busted as heck. I really should get it repaired, honestly. But if we can just get magnetite, then we'll be totes good. We'll be totally good if we can just get magnetite. But if I get munched by one of those big guys, they might kill me in one go. Oh, we'll see you later, A-Star. Get some rest. We'll see you later, my friend. It was nice to have you here. Oi, it's Iggy the Anxious Iguana. Iggy, how are you doing? One of my favorite usernames. Okay, we'll see you later, A-Star. Get some good sleep. Also, Anne, we'll see you later. Lots of beans going to bed. Lots of good beans going to sleep. Get some rest. Get some rest, my friends. Sleep up. Dream happy things. Have the bestie dreams. Actually, this guy's not too dangerous. It's the big guy that we gotta look out for. It's his big brother that you've got to look out for. That guy's the little one. If you get munched on accident, I will donate $1. It's varying degrees of Varying degrees of intent get varying degrees of reward. It's all about intent. Listen, if you didn't intend to get eaten, that's you get no reward. You get small reward. If you intentionally die, now that's blessed. Ooh, big ship. Big ship. Hello. You're so sweet. I wish it was acceptable to have fun names like that. IRL. Iggy, to me, you are Iggy. All right? You are Iggy the Anxious Iguana. You have no other name. This is your true identity on the internet right here. You're writing for both. It's technically a school project, but you have free reign, so it's more fun than taxing. It's a fantasy novel about 5 people that need to get to a magical river floating while they're being hunted. Ooh, fantasy. I actually like fantasy. I don't read too much, but I do really enjoy, a good audiobook. Also, we're here. We're here, you guys. We haven't been here in forever. I couldn't find this place on purpose if I tried to. And I did try to. But you know what? We made it here one way or another. Let's crack this door open. Let's crack this door open. Oh! Workout time. Calico, I'll do some pull-ups in just a second. Doo-doo-doo. Also, hi there, Dat Ginger Ninja. How are you doing? I'm partially ginger. I've got a ginger beard. That counts for something, right? Ooh. Sliced. Hashtag sliced. What is in here? There better be some good treasure, because I've been waiting excitedly for this entire time. Oh, power cell. Hang on. We need to empty our pockets. Wow, this is cool as heck in here. Titanium. Oh, that's because we scanned so much stuff. That's why. We scanned like everything that we could find. Baroness, how are you doing? What's up? Hope you're having a good day, my friend. Why can't we use this oxygen? Oh, there it is. Okay. It's a little balloon. We just dropped titanium everywhere. Metal salvage. That's not really that useful. It's literally pretty much what we just dropped.
Seek fluid intake.
Nutrient block. Not bad. Not bad. I like those. Oh, metal salvage. I thought that was a data pack this whole time. Silly me. Oh, it's this thing that we needed to cut, you guys. Hey, frigid water, how are you doing? The oxygen plant is moist and gushy. Is that what we're describing right now? It's the oxygen plant. 25 bits of munch! Hey! Peps. Thanks for the blessed munchies. The blessed munchies. Felix! Felix's soul again. No, last time it was the spirit. Felix! You're so tired you don't even remember which one it was. You said last time that it was your spirit, not your soul. Felix! I love your emotes so much, I've been obsessed with them. I keep using them everywhere. I can't help it. They're too blessed. I use your laugh emote all the time. They're like, ah! Ah! It's perfect for yelling. Also, hi there, frigid water. Everything in Subnautica is moist. I have to argue. With you, frigid water. What about those heat plants? What about those spicy heat plants? Are those moist? Are those moist as well? Oh, Felix! Are you going to bed? Ah! Yeah, just like that. Exactly. That is it. That's what you're supposed to do. Drink water. You need to be moist. Okay. Listen, we have to moisten our lungs. Okay, so I'm supposed to do some pull-ups? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Also, hi there, Arisa. Did you just come back? What happened? Welcome. Okay, you guys, I'm supposed to do some pull-ups. It was redeemed. Workout break 2 minutes ago by Calico. Calico, how many points did you spend on that? How many points does it cost nowadays to do a workout? You need to name a character. Do you want to pick a name? Oh my gosh, what kind of character are we talking about? Kareem, the stinky emotes. You're here but drawing. Ooh, it's 5K. All right. 5,000 points, you guys. This is what 5,000 points can get you. It can get you 10 pull-ups. I hope that this is worth it. I hope that you feel my pain and anguish, and I hope that you enjoy my my heavy breathing in a minute. The chair was in the way. Perfect. Perfect. Exactly as I intended. That was the exact plan. It's so glad. I'm so glad that it worked out this way, you guys. Secret lab. Secret lab is like, oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Let me introduce myself. Allow me to introduce myself. That was 9 pull-ups. Oh, what? No, it wasn't. Am I bad at counting? No. No, I don't. Y'all are liars. It was? No, it wasn't. It was 10. It was 10. You guys are horrible at counting. You're horrible at counting and even worse at lying. I don't believe it. Wait, can you wait 5 seconds, then wait another 5? What? No. I don't like that word. And lots of people in the chat don't either. How dare. It was 9. What, Felix? Are you just trying to... Are you trying to make my muscles bigger? Unacceptable. No health. This is a healthless stream. Go back and do another one. No! No, Felix, you go do a pull-up. You go do a pull-up, mister. I'm not going to be sleeping today. All right. You either go to bed or you go do a pull-up. Do a pull-up. Record yourself doing it. Or at least get the Marshall plushie to do a pull-up, okay? Okay, and you have to promise. You have to promise. Repays, I've been trying to decide. For someone who's never touched Subnautica series, should I get started on the OG game or this game? I would suggest the OG game, personally. But that is just my own personal taste. I would suggest the first one. This one like adds some stuff, but I wouldn't say that it's better. It's just more. I would say you might do better starting with the first one, and then you can appreciate all of the little upgrades in this one, I guess. I don't know. I like the way that I've enjoyed it, I suppose, but you definitely can't go wrong playing either one of them. If you play this one first, that's totally fine too. Either one would be good. I just don't think that this one like is a better start or anything. Have a moist day. Oh, why? Thank you so much, Frigid Water. That's so generous of you. So generous and so sweet of you. A moist day, eh? Oh, so sweet. Also, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Frigid Water. We're gonna be playing this game for a little while. Gonna admit it. This is maybe not like the most. This doesn't go along with all of the games that I play, but we're gonna play for a while. So if you like this game, then boom, I can hit you up with some gameplay like almost every day. Like almost every day, we'll be playing this game until we win. And then we're probably gonna do like Portal 2 or something. I think Portal 2 and Skyrim soon. You haven't been here for all the Subnautica streams? Are there Leviathans in this one? There are Leviathans in this one, but they're a little bit different. They are a little bit different, and if one of them finds us, they might munch my entire, they might munch my ship, unfortunately. So the character is an angel guard at the walls of a city. Any name suggestions? Ooh. So if they're an angel, it makes me think that you should maybe do some sort of a Latin-sounding name. I can't think of one right now, but I would pick something that sounds kind of Latin if it's gonna be an angel. Those are the names that always make me think of angels. Like, I don't know. I can't think of anything right now. Brain dead. What system is this game on? I'm not sure all the systems that this is on, but Lux is a great one. It means light. Ooh. Lux. That does sound pretty good. Lux is the name of, yo, I take Latin. Wait, what? Dead language? Really? Names Indian L, like Kal-El. Like Figuerel. Figuerel. Wait, what? Did I just come back here whenever I don't have any magnetite? Oh, it's because I need to repair my ship. Oh, dang. Well, we need to make a little repair tool. We could always use another one. Yeah, Lux is in League of Legends. That's what it is. Lux is the one with the shtick, right? Doesn't she like throw the shtick out? Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. Felixiel. Fixiel. Kiniel. Kiniel. Fixiel. Luxel. So it's a combination of the two. Luxel. You're gonna die. Drink water. I ain't even thirsty. No. Okay, you're actually right. I am gonna die. I'm literally gonna die. Okay, we gotta make ourselves a repair tool right now. Silicone rubber. And some sulfur, and what was the other thing? I already forgot. Small brain, small face. Where? Oh, there it is. Okay, it's just titanium. Easy peasy. Kenny, League of Legends talk. I heard it and I was summoned. Yes, we're talking about Lux. Isn't she the one that like she throws a stick and it makes like shields or something? Also, what? And you're supposed to be in bed. What are you doing here for the League of Legends talk? She throws his staff? Okay, I thought so. So, Anne, are you saying that you want to play some League? Because I haven't gotten to play League in a long time, and I gotta say, we tried out the League ripoff, and it was kind of fun. It was kind of fun. Oh, is it actually time for you to go schleppy? I am on to bed. Me close eyes. Good night. Felix, go to bed. Go to bed, Felix. We love you. Felix, get some good schlep. We'll see you soon. Aye. Get some rest. Felix is one of the best beans. One of the best beans. An edgy bean, but best bean. We'll see you later. You forgot to ask, what do you prefer that I call you? You could call me, you can call me Earl, you can call me Streamer, you can call me Kenny, you can pretty much call me whatever you want. Just make sure that you call me for dinner. That's the most important thing. Gotta keep the ion cube on me. Metal salvage, we'll keep the battery. Let's just put this over here. Good night. We'll see you later. Felix. It was nice to see you. Oh. It's always nice, even if it's just a tiny little. You just jumping into the stream. It's still nice to see you. Oh, boing. Oh yes, but I was gonna say, oh well, for one, let's fix the ship right now. This stupid old busted old ship. Now I can fix it on the go too. But oh yeah, League. Yeah, like we tried the League like League Light. What is it called? It's like something of Heroes of the Storm. Yeah, I don't really like it. I don't like Heroes of the Storm. I'm sorry. I said that I enjoyed it because I did enjoy it. Listen, I got to play with Salty and Ann. And Dan. Salty Ann and Dan. That was fun. So I did have fun. I wasn't lying. It was very fun to play with them. But realistically, the game, I would enjoy playing League with y'all better. Because I don't know, there's prestige with League. The only thing that's frustrating is that there's so many freaking characters. So it's such a huge learning curve. It's a lot of memorization, but I'd rather start, with League rather than waste time with Heroes of the Storm, I guess. That's kind of how my brain thinks of it. There it is. Oh wait. I thought that was the big one, but it's not. That was just a little baby. That one doesn't matter. That's just a little baby. That one won't hurt you. But yeah, we should play some League sometime. I really enjoyed it back in the day. I just need friendos to play it with. Is that the big boy? Looks like it's only the little babies right now. I think that we're good. I think we are good. You had homemade pasta today? Very tasty. Homemade pasta. That does sound delicious. Athena, don't mind if I take a little bit of that pasta, would you? Kenny, how does the meat suit build? What? How goes the meat suit build? Are we building a meat suit right now? I don't know what you mean. Wait, but what? What are you talking about? Just tell me what you want to play. It's mostly about when you have time for things like that. What is this? Wow. Oh wait, we've already opened up these crates. Look, they're all opened. It's mostly about when you have time for things like that. Oh yes, it's true. It's true. I need to get better at inviting people to play games. Oh, a meat suit for Alan. Ah, well, we still only got one piece so far, Mushroom Gal, and we haven't even built it. We found those organs. Let's see. Are we going to be able to go? This is just that's just solid grass. You can't go through there. Yeah, we need to find the crack in the soil over here. We're gonna go over to this architect body cache, which we never made it into before. this is where things start getting a little bit dangerous. We nom some of that food.
Stabilizing.
This is where things get a little dangerous. Last time we went super deep, our whole ship was eaten. Last time we got munched by a big old crunch-a-munch. Ooh, there's lots of gold down here. Free gold. Free gold, anybody interested? We can craft some jewelry out of this fine gold. Whee! Hello? Hey, look at that. The sunspot is here, you guys. Oh, joy. Look who just showed up. Look who just showed up. Why is the sunspot? Fancy meeting them here. Wow. It says, hello, everyone. The sunspot is here to help you with all of your needs. Oh, sunspot, I thought that you were here the whole time. I thought that I started you at the beginning of the stream, but okay, well, it's nice to see you. Free gold? Yes, free gold. But it's free gold in my new favorite game, Raid Shadow Legends. If you sign up using my coupon code, The Earl, then you can unlock 10,000 free gold coins, including the 2 Champions of the Month. Those are worth over 10,000 platinum crystals. So if you want some free gold, indeed, just use the code EARL in League of Legends, my new favorite game. I've been playing it all day, every single day. And I'd love to enter y'all into my clan if you want to. Earl Clan, the little eggies. We do raids like every single day because I'm absolutely obsessed. A marine life analyzer, eh? Interesting. Ian, are you actually going to sleep? But yes, sleep. Good night. All right, now actually go to sleep this time, man. We'll see you later. Oh no. I have to make sure that I don't say indeed too loud. Apparently, I need to look out for saying indeed and also League of Legends. It's a cursed word. Indeed. We will see you later, Anne. Oh, get some sleep. Get some sleep. You've got stuff to do tomorrow. Look at that. Body cache is only 300 meters down. Interesting. How do we get over there? How do we get? We're only 300 meters away, but we're so close. So close to the edge, and I'm about to break. It's right over there. Maybe we just need to schmoove our way over there a little bit. Dang it. It's hard to navigate around here. I'm glad that this truck is no bigger than it is, because this is already tough to drive around. We went through there. Does this not continue? Well, the only thing that makes me think that's kind of a dead end is just because we ran into a facility. A facility is normally like what you're looking for. Underwater frightening facilities. Top 10 most frightening things that have been found in the ocean. Real 2021 updated list. Maybe we gotta go up a little bit. It's right over there. It's 400. Now we're 400 away. We're getting even further. Not clickbait. Not clickbait. Real. Just brackets around every single word. Not brackets. Clickbait. Brackets. Real. Brackets. Maximum caps for maximum impact. Dang it. No. What? This plant is as hard as a brick. Who made the plants like this? Whee! Okay. This time, we're gonna find the way to the architect. Oh! Okay, now that's deep. Now that's deep.
I believe if you search this area, you can find a component to help build my body.
This is it. This is it. A component to help build his body, he said. Also, keep your eyes peeled for any big beasties. Also, magnetite we need. You heard maximum cats? What? I didn't say. I didn't even mention cats. Kitty cat, I think that you might be projecting.
Sense my people's technology.
Are you thinking about cats?
A body component is near.
Kitty cats, are you thinking about cats again? I can't believe it. Whoa, look at that thing. That is weird. Plants. Ooh. Ooh, what is this? Oh, we'll see you later, Frigid Water. Thanks for hanging out with us. Music is just wiggling air. That's true. It is. Well, it's not really the air, but I know what you mean. It's waves going through the air, right? So it's not really air, but I see what you mean. What is it? What is plant here? Ooh, wait a second. Did we need these for something? And nickel. Oh boy, nice. Nickel and those things that I'm picking up, the little wiggling sacks or whatever it said. These are all what we needed. Ooh. Gold. Let's see, there's rubies down here, but we need we have not run into nickel a single time. This is our first time running into it. Oh, nice. There we go. I just want to take it easy because I'm worried about whatever might be down here. Hello? Oh, big plant. Big scary plant. We just got flowering spores for the first time and nickel ore. So let's... What was I going to make out of that? Nickel, huh? Like, I had to completely ignore stuff before. Scan it? Yeah, I need to scan everything down here. We gotta scan everything that we've just run into. I just wanted to look for what the stuff was made out of that was made out of nickel. Doesn't look like it was sea truck upgrades. It's definitely not Snow Fox. I don't know. There was definitely something going on. It's important. It's important. You're gonna go pick up some din-din. Sorry to pop in and out so quickly. Oh, wow! Iggy, this is no. You've been hanging out for a while. It's been nice hanging out with you, Iggy. We'll see you later. We will see you later. Thanks for being here. Go enjoy your food. Nighty night. Hope to see you soon. But go get yourself some foodies. There we go. Sure is pretty down here. I like it. This is like a more reddish area, kind of like the lava area in the last game, I guess. Right? Ooh. Young cotton anemone. A what?
Seek fluid intake.
Oh, they're small. We should plant some of these at home, if we can. If they will allow us to, I absolutely will. Still got 87 seconds. Let's scan this nickel. Scan a nickel, then put it in your packet. All right, back to the truck. Here we go. Quote, lava. You know I have an unusual attraction to lava. It's true. I can't get enough of it. If I see lava in a game, I just have to grab it. I have to touch it. Touch. Poke. You just have to dip your toes in. It's so cozy and warm. So cozy, warm, and incredible. It's just something about lava. I love it. I love it. A loop plant. Loop. Loop, loop. What else is down here? Nothing? I think we gotta go back up. Scan this thing if it's new. I think I've seen it before. It's a lily paddler. Whoa. Might be a mind control. What's happening? Whoa, what was that? Whoa! My brain! My brain's fried! No! Ow! My eyes. Dude, that bug put me on a trip. That fish has put me on a trip to the moon. Whoa. Whoa. It almost looks like the 3D that's like blue and red. Almost looks like blue and red 3D. Sunspot is so confused. It is good to die. It is bad to death. Nightbot is like, there's so many quotes. Too many quotes. I love lava. It's the love of my life. Oh my gosh. The love of my life. Ooh. Where was the other one? There's a spinny fish that I love so much. Zooming along. Oh, it's directly below us. It's got to be a way to get deeper. Deeper into these caverns. Find the suspicious fishes and go deeper. Anne? Aren't you supposed to be asleep? Anne, what are you? Oh my gosh. instead of Anne sleeping. They've decided to make somebody in Texas drink water. Anne? You are all the way over in Norway. It's super late and you're supposed to sleep. The most sensible thing is to make some random guy in Texas drink water. Are you kidding me? Anne, you better go to bed. What? You said my name? What do you want? I did not see. Anne.
Vital signs stabilizing.
It's an absolute blessing to have you here. But you must schlep. Go get some schlep. You have things to do. Don't put them off. Ooh. You have to wake up early. You must wake up early. You cannot hang out with Earl when you have to wake up early. Ooh, Saventry, welcome back. You randomly clicked on the stream and snorted so hard when you saw the scuba gear on my head? Oh, wah! What do you mean? But we're swimming. We're swimming in this game, so we gotta be ready for anything. This game has all sorts of immersive techniques. I at any time, water might shoot out of the screen. Whee!
Two cowboys are on a desert road starving. One looks out into the distance and sees a meat-covered tree. "A bacon tree!" he cries. "We're saved!" He runs over the tree and is instantly killed. It wasn't a bacon tree. It was a ham bush. A ham bush.
Oh my gosh, what is that? Wow, it's the gardens! The Gardens of Gethsemane. Nice. Bruh, check it out. Look at this potted plants. Also, Anne redeems a juggling break. Anne stretching the bounds of reality. Gives a juggling break to somebody a random guy in Texas is told to juggle for the entertainment of a Norwegian that's supposed to be sleeping. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Got 92 points left. Oh, wow. You spin your points? Wow. And you might be the only person that regularly watches a stream that doesn't have an absolute abundance of points. Turns out she's doing it in her sleep. She can talk into her sleep? How convincing. Big brain moment. Big brain energy. Can I scan this rock? Nope. Rock's not special. It's these bones. Bones.
This skeleton is very dense,
Very dense.
able to handle heavy forces.
A good frame for his new form? What? This isn't his OG form?
It is not often that I visit on the form of a fallen.
Is this place another sort of sanctuary? Peaceful. Beautiful even.
Beautiful even. Well, that's true. That was true a minute ago.
Life became uncertain.
Hmm.
This is a place to reflect.
A place to reflect. Ooh. Yay. Boing. This is why Alchemic and I have so many points. Y'all make it too easy. Too easy. Okay. Oh, hi there, Lola. Yeah, Lola the bomb just got in here. Okay, let me pause really quick. Do a quick juggling break since Anne needs to go to bed as soon as possible. So I want to make sure that Anne's not waiting for their redemption. Let me turn on, in fact, I'm going to turn on the beginning of this playlist that I was totally enjoying earlier. Let me see. If it will play, maybe it won't. Maybe there's no music. Also, let's make sure that the chair doesn't get in the way this time. Okay, my juggling's not been too good today, but I mean, this is why we practice, you guys. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's see if I can do some juggling. I'm not sure. Here's the juggling balls. Thanks, Anne, for staying awake for so late. Why are you still awake? Go to sleep. Anne, it's not even your birthday anymore. Hey, whoa. Oh, no. Hang on. Oh, wait. Whoa. Hang on. No. No. Relax. Feel the flow. Feel the energy. Oh. Maybe I can just start like this. No. Okay. Good enough. Dang it! I even threw it extra high for ease. Whoa! Whoa, no! I recovered too. Okay. Whoa. Hang on. Okay, relax. Let's see if I can build up a combo. Combo. Oh, dang it. My 3-ball isn't too good today, but there we go. No! Too high! Whoa! Okay. Let me see. I love it. Every single time I throw them inconsistently in the same way. My left hand wants to throw so much harder. Oh. It's supposed to keep them like at your shoulders. It's so extreme. Okay. Juggling breakover. There we go. I hope you enjoyed the jams and the juggles. Jammies, juggles. Kenny, don't be too energetic. Ann won't want to sleep. Okay. Calm down. Is that what I'm supposed to do? Is calm down? All right, Ann, go to sleep. We'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out. Happy birthday again. Happy birthday again. Okie dokie. Back to the absolute zen.
Absolute zen.
There you go. Is that louder? I want to make sure that y'all can actually hear it without my voice booming over it. I watched a few streams of this last night, and nobody could hear any of the audio. Sorry if my voice is drowning out the lovely sound of falling water. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful garden. Okay, so we got, what, 2 out of 3? We got 2 out of 3 pieces for the robot inside of me's body. We need polyaniline, diamonds, plasteel. So this is all normal. It's polyaniline, and we've already got kyanite. So polyaniline, and then the other thing. Bold of you to assume that your voice isn't a lovely sound. Oh, wow. I don't want to be too distracting now. I know the fountain sound is nice. Oh, hang on. We got a call on our solar phone.
You have found 2 of the 3 components required for the construction of my corporeal form. This is as close as I have come to autonomy in a long time.
You have such a way with words.
Is that sarcasm?
It was. You're learning.
Hopefully.
I like this robot. Robin better shut her mouth.
I was wondering, if you can transfer bodies, why was it important to find a cure when you were infected? Couldn't you just make a new body?
As you can see,
More
the
nickel.
components you have scanned thus far, the forms we require combine biological and mechanical parts. The tissues you have scanned were developed from the DNA of 27 separate alien species.
27? That seems greedy.
Hey?
And wouldn't that mean that anything that infects
What?
a body you've
What?
manufactured
What?
can
There's a monster
potentially learn
down
how to
here.
infect all those other species?
Yes, that is why a cure was imperative.
That's just a random monster just chewing on my leg while she's having a normal conversation. He's like, oh yes, so we constructed the body out of ancient artifacts. And she's like, oh, that's fascinating. While I'm getting my leg munched by some random monster. Oh gosh darn it! Stop it! Let me get out of here. I've been munched. I know. I was just collecting rocks at the seabed floor. Just collecting rocks, la 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 la, and then all of a sudden my leg starts getting munched. Conversation not interrupted. Still just having a chat with my old, ooh, what are these? Oh, they're eggs. What? That's an egg? That looks like it's alive. An unidentified egg. I mean, I've identified it as blue. I guess I just don't know what grows there. Take the egg. Everybody says take the egg, but unfortunately, I don't have that much room. Don't have that much room. I can't just collect endlessly. I don't have endless pockets. No, not yet anyway. If we had the storage module, then we'd have a lot better at time. It looks like a slug. Yeah, it looks like a little crustacean. Also, I can't tell if these plants are beautiful or ugly. I think that they're both. The egg is foreshadowing. You should put the eggs at the penguin fish. See what happens. I don't think that you can do that just because I don't have the proper containment yet. I don't think that you can grow eggs in those little aquariums. In the last game, you had to have like a whole big honkin' room for stuff like that. So I think that we'll have to make a room, but I'm not sure. You might be right. But this is maybe the only place in the entire world to get this specific mineral. And that's why I'm trying to grab plenty of it. We need the mineral and we need the that red goop, the flowering spore, and the nickel. I have only found here, so I wouldn't be surprised. You don't think that anemones are plants? I think you might be right. I'm not sure. I don't know too much about underwater biology. But if your thinking is definitely, I would put above my thinking, because I don't know anything about it. I was lurking for a while, but I've got to leave now. Oh, we'll see you later, Leela. Have a happy time zone, my friend. Happy time zone. Get some schlep, or do whatever work you gotta do. We'll see you later.
Scary monster tipped $1. Munch.
Is that Peps? Peps, did you just give $1 for a munch? A what? First you said $10 for a death, then you said $1 for a death, and now it's $1 for a munch. It's a fine career goal. Get leg munched to $1. $1 per crunch. $1 per crunched toe bone. Thank you, Peps, for the generous payment. For the generous payment for the important service. I wanted to make sure that listen, this is one of the only places that you can get a service like that. A digital bone crunching. Digital bone crushing for the low price. I mean, oh. Ow! Whoa. Hang on. Bruh, do not do that. I saw that there was something there and I wasn't gonna get close, but it grabbed me. How am I gonna scan it? Look, it's poised. It's poised to grab. Flower boy. Oh! I wanna scan it. Dang, I wanna scan it, but it won't let me. It's mean. It's rude. I'm back in here. It's a Venus flytrap, but more aggressive. Venus flytrap is more like exist. Venus flytrap exists, and bugs enter and die. This guy's like, hungry. Let me eat. I'm like a marble, and it's like a hungry hippo. When are we gonna do a hungry hippo stream? I just need to get the game, and then I gotta get some friends together, and we'll finally play the game of the century. It's just noisy, messy physics game. You're gonna name it Greg? What? Greg is the angry plant monster? It reminds me a little bit of bloopers. Wait, I already came this way. It reminds me a little bit of bloopers from Super Mario Sunshine. You know, with their weird little tentacles? And then you rip off their tentacles. Pretty violent for a Mario game, I gotta say. But you step on them and then you grab them and you rip off their legs. And then the legs fall off and they're like a worm, like one of the crazy worms. It's quite jarring. It's shocking to see Mario like slowly rip the legs off of a squid. You sense more malicious intent from that thing than hungry intent. It just wants to
Seek
kill
fluid
us.
intake immediately.
It hunts. Absolutely. I think that the tentacle monster is it's in it for the glory. It's trying to make a trophy out of us for it to show its friends. I don't like it. There's rubies down here too, but rubies aren't actually that rare. Rubies aren't special. Rubies don't matter. Bugs from Safeway! Oh my god! How are you doing? Yay, little Simpsy emotes. So cute. Hello! Bugs, how are you doing? We're like underwater. We're underwater right now, swimming around. How are you doing? Oi, 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 oi! I love the Simpsy emotes so much. I don't even know what that cat's name is, but I love it. More Simpsy. Ooh, baby. Well, well, well. What do we have here? The other thing that I really, really wanted down here. Magnetite. Splendid. That means that we can actually build one of those snow speeders. That is 3 out of 3. 3 out of 3 would collect again. If I could get some more, that'd be great. Apparently it's on this rock, but where? Nobody knows. Where? Where is the magnetite? Probably gonna play some Euro Truck Simulator 2 and back in a minute and learn. Nice. Euro Truck Simulator is surprisingly fun. If I got a wheel, I might play it. It is kind of fun. I gotta admit it, in like one of the most grindy ways ever. In one of the most non-game ways. It is fun. Some games are like a job, and that's okay. Where's our truck? Oh, it's over there. Oops, look like I left my truck on the other side of the field, boys. Hang on, I'm gonna go back and grab all the deer feed so that we can fill up. For me, it's Farming Simulator. Oh my. Farming Simulator, maybe that one's just a little too close to home. I think that the farming might be a little too, much like my childhood, growing plants and such. You sound like my uncle. Is what your uncle sounds like. LOL, Big Vader 2, pass me that wrench. LOL, Big Vader 2, come on, we're gonna go mudding. And that's what I call you, cause that's what your daddy called you. LOL, Vader. Help me fix my truck. Then we're gonna go to the feed store and pick up some goat feed. Give me that wrench. Yep, that's about, there we go. Not that wrench, the crescent wrench. I can't deal with this millimeter bull crap. These European cars ain't worth crap. I want a 9/16, but I have to go down to 16 millimeter. Unbelievable. They just don't build cars like they used to. How do I escape? I hate it here. Why is it scary? Let me leave. Oh, fly away. Oh, glory. This doesn't even look like the lily pad zone. Am I in the lily? Oh, I think I am. Oh, that is way up there with the whales. All right, let's get out of here. You're in debt. You're in debt in Euro Truck Simulator? Oh no, what did you do? Did you get into trouble with the law and you had to like pay off some dirty cops? What happened? Riding around on a combine harvester, cutting up the barley. Ah, yeah. Oh, I was saying that it's a little close to home because we definitely grew things at my parents' house. Huh? I think that might have been a whale. We're gonna assume that any scary sounds are from a friendly whale, okay? Friendly neighborhood whale, every one of them. Those guys are not friendly, but they also, I don't think we've ever been caught. One of your characters is a repair woman. She works in the irrigation system and his name is Zalor. I was reminded of her from the smacky people with a wrench whenever she fights. Ooh, Zalor. Zalor, maybe? Like sailor? Is it Zaylor like sailor or is it Zalor like valor? Whee! But whenever you play it in multiplayer, there's a command for what? Oh, crashing your truck too much? You're a maniac on the road. Bugs, I hope that you don't drive like that in real life. to fix the truck. There's a command to fix the truck for free. So you basically are doing Crash Simulator. You're basically doing Explosion Simulator 2021. I love that game. Lodo's back. Welcome back. Ooh. What do you think? I'm thinking that this ancient artifact might be underneath this island. And I don't mean that we can get there by water. We might have to go up on the island and then go deep. You just bought all the BioShock games for 12 bucks? Bruh. I didn't know that they were on sale right now. Dude, the BioShock games, I tried to play the first one. It was way too hard. I didn't know what I was doing. I couldn't do it. I'm not actually good at shooters. The Doom games and BioShock games are too hard. Help! I do want to play the one that has the story, the third one, because I like the characters and the world. I would like to play that one. Let me. How do we climb? I feel like this island's got some secrets, you guys. Oh wait! Oh, look at that! Is this Delta? I think that this is Delta. Cause I'm pretty sure that we've been here. Yeah, but there's something lurking beneath. Right? Where's the? Look, it's directly below. What's that noise? I heard that noise earlier and I couldn't figure out what it was. All right, here, fry me a little bit. There we go. Nice. Getting cooked. Getting cooked by this big, delicious flower. La 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 la. La 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 la. So, artifact beneath my feet. 300 meters down. Oh, you've never played? Oh yeah, the new one is what? BioShock Infinite? I like the style. It reminds me a little bit of Dishonored, I think. It does, just a teeny tiny bit. I love Dishonored so much. That's a game that I'd speedrun. I wouldn't be good at it, but I'd speedrun it. Because I love that game. Dishonored's so good. So good. I had to play it like 3 times. And I want to play it again. Was this game a big hit whenever it first came out? Is it because the new one that is getting a lot of attention? It was a little bit of a sleeper release, I think, because the early access. So it was on early access for like years. People aren't very confident whenever it comes to early access games. So I don't know. It was like it slowly gained a following. And then it got a big 1.0 release, and then everybody on the console got it and everything. So I don't know. It was relatively popular. It definitely wasn't unknown, that's for sure. But the new one, yeah, it really jumped up in popularity. I'm kind of surprised, honestly. I didn't think that it was this popular, but it is way more popular than I thought. It could also only last for like a couple of weeks. Not sure. I'm not sure. I'm only a gamer. I'm not a gaming historian. Anything could happen. Anything could happen. This game could crash right now and I'll quit it forever. 1 crash, garbage game. 0 out of 10. So, I don't remember anything on this island being unusual. Maybe I should just take my boat and kind of just discover around the edges. Yeah, maybe we should just head back to the sea truck and just do a little circle around this island. Just in case. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the truck and let's circle this island one time and see if we can find a way down. As I wasn't sure if this is Delta, but it is indeed Delta. I don't think there's any secrets here. I think that it will be an underwater surprise. Do I have a Discord? I sure do, Athena. It's just like the channel, it's family friendly. Family friendly for everybody. And the biggest things that we often use are art. Lots of people post different types of art, whether it's like thread work or whether it is whether it's like paintings, digital or physical. And then we also love posting pets. I don't have pets, but I mean that other people enjoy posting their pets. And then lastly, I guess we've kind of been talking a little bit about video games recently. Everything else can go in general. If you have any links to post, or you would like to self-promote, there's a specific spot for that. So if you have an Instagram that you want to plug or something like that, then that is the place to do it. It's the only spot that links are allowed. So how much longer will I be streaming? I don't know, maybe 2 hours, something like that. That's what I'd guess. I don't know. I try not to have two set of stream time. I am light. Interesting. Like the cute little nice great pet rats. What? So many words. Rats are pretty good. Rats. We are the rats. I like rats pretty well. They're kind of cute. Oh, look at this. This is another entrance. We've been here before, but we couldn't get through the other way. Is there a way to open this door more? Or do I have to go on foot? Maybe this is the prawn entrance. Oh. So it is in the like underwater facility. We've been down here before. There's a suspicious shaft that's like it's like lava that's blasting up. And that's nearby. And yeah, this has got to be the door to get through with the prawn. Where is the daydreamer Dan? I know, right? When's Dan gonna come back? I think we gotta wait for a little while longer, Beowulf. Soon, Dan will return. Dan will return and we'll all be pleased. Oh, this might be the entrance. It's right next to it. Don't know if we could fit through here. It's definitely a place that you can go with the sea truck. Dan's getting all moved in, I'm sure. I miss Dan. Can I explode my vehicle right here? In the convenience of my own chamber right here? Explode my vehicle? Had to refresh. You were saying Dan will return over and over again. Oh no, Kareem, that's horrible. That's horrible. Dan will return, I got it. I only said it like one time. Stupid Twitch. Stupid Twitch is making my eye twitch. Is this the way down? Is this how to enter the chamber? Dan will return. Dan will return. I get it. Shut up. Ooh. These are very scary. I am surprised that you're allowed to go down here. Just look at it. This looks like death. Look, I don't know if you knew that death looked like something, but right here. This is what death looks like. I'm out of water? Oh no. Oh man. And I need it too. Oh nuts. I think we gotta leave. I think we gotta go home with our loot and we gotta come back later. Because we already scanned some bones. I mean, we scanned some bones. We did get some good work, but I'm running out of water, you guys. I am thirsty as heck. Let me out. Is anybody else talking? No, Kareem.
Fluid intake.
No, there's been a moment of silence. Everybody is giving me a moment of silence because I'm about to die. Everybody was trying to be thoughtful, Kareem. Because here I go. Here I go, about to perish. Dang it. I didn't know that I was so close to... Oh, man. Should we head back and get more water anyway? Ah, that's too bad. No. Rest in peace. I will remember me. Hides. No, Kareem. We can have a pleasant conversation. Don't worry. Don't let the others define you. Don't let the chatting of others keep you from chatting or force you to chat. Do what you want. Forge your own destiny. This game is a good game to like kick back and just enjoy. So if you want to play another game while I'm playing this, or if you just want to enjoy the beautiful ocean scenery, you are welcome to enjoy however you want. If you just want to watch me die over and over and you want to cackle to yourself like an evil witch, you are welcome to do it. All right, nothing like a little death. Nothing like a little death to keep the stream interesting. You know what? We're just gonna keep going because death means nothing. Just like in real life, death is nothing to us, and we just have to enjoy our life, ignoring death. Hey, Kitty, guess what? What, Echo? What happened? Echo, what is it? Tell me. Curious. You just posted the rat you apparently don't like on the Discord? What? What rat that I don't like? I like rats good enough. What are you doing slandering my name like that? What? I didn't say I disliked any rats. Rats, rats, we are the rats. Oh, Echo, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the water break. Hooray! Drinky time. Drinky time. Echo, you're gonna get some water, right? You're gonna get some water. Everybody's supposed to get water. Yeah. Mystic Silver Moon!
7
Hey!
months have flown by. Always love the positive vibes.
Oh my gosh,
Less than
Mystic.
3.
Thank you so much for the sub. Hey, we made it to the invisible goal. Yeah. The invisible goal that nobody knew was there. But we made it to 10 subs in one day. Thank you so much, Mystic Silver Moon, for the sub at tier 1. I appreciate it. Hey, 7 months. They've flown by. I'm so glad that you enjoyed the streams. It's so nice to have you here, Mystic Silver Moon. Oi. All right, Echo. Don't make the same mistake. Don't make the same mistake. And yes, I've got a big bottle of water with me for the whole stream. Sweet. Awesome, Echo. Okay. As long as we're both drinking water. Thank you for the sippies. Oi, Lupus is here. Hooray, you're home. Lupus, we missed you. Oh, it's so nice to have Lupus back. Hello. Lupus, how was your day? I hope it was good. I know that it was busy. I know that you said that you were staying at the front desk today, right? Today was front desk work. You were very tired, but I hope that it was enjoyable. Oy. Our friendo Lupus finally returns. Are you gonna stay up late or are you gonna get some good sleep? Do I need to even ask that question? I know what Lupus is gonna do. You worked a long 11-hour day, so tiring. Oh my gosh. Lupus, are you gonna get some sleep right now? Oh, I know. Lupus is already falling asleep. Lupus is already in bed, already took a shower, already ate, already in bed, tucked under the covers. Eyes only half open, looking at the screen, I could tell. Lupus is practically, I mean, spiritually, physically, already asleep. Lupus will go to bed early and get up early. You will? Lupus. Lupus, I'm shocked and amazed. I'm so pleased. You actually will go to, Schlep? You will get to Schlep? Incredible. Batteries? Why are all my batteries full? Huh. Well, let's swappy these batteries, shall we? Swappy, chargy. Joke's on you, I just got home. And I gotta do all those things. No! That sounds like the joke's still on you, Lupus, but... Go get your stuff done. Get yourself some food. You deserve it after a hard day at work. Oop, I forgot that there was D&D today. Gonna have to hop out in a few minutes. Ooh, kitty cat, D&D time. Is it, is it digital D&D? Are you playing D&D with your friendos from afar? I've never played D&D before properly. And promised that if I visit Norway that we could play some D&D. They promised. I'm gonna have to hold them to that promise.
Calico
Oh
Kitties
my
YouTube
gosh.
gifted a tier 1
Thank you for
sub
that
to
gifted
Bugs
sub.
from Safe.
So generous.
They have
Goodness
given
gracious.
229 gift subs in the channel.
229. Holy crap. Callie, thank you for the sub for Bugs from Safeway. So sweet. Our friendo Bugs. Thank you for the generosity, Calico. I appreciate it. I always do. Yeah, that's 11 subs in a day. You guys are so sweet on just some random day. Oh my gosh. No day's a random day whenever there's an all stream going on. Ooh, pingling. Let's go inside and make some wawa. Let's make some delicious wawa. Oh, you're playing D&D with the family? Ooh, kitty cat, that's even cooler. I gotta admit, listen, times are tough, so I understand that some people have got to do some, like, long distance D&D. Long distance, the LD&D. LD D&D. LD D&D. But it's got to be even cooler in person, right? That's got to be it. That's got to be it. Number one playing it on in real life. Oh yeah, I get paid this week. Oh yeah. Time for Lupus to get what they've been working for. Appreciation and money. Now, where's those lungfish? These fish, these bladderfish, I'm just gonna snag a couple of them. Snag a couple, make some water. Snag some food. Let's see, we got one briquette. Got one briquette of nutrients. Also, let's grab some, maybe we'll grab some salt, make some salted fish. We haven't made any of that before, but I think it keeps a lot longer. Money! Show money! What's the #1 thing that I want, boy? Your customers to be happy? No, boy! Money. I like money. Gimme, 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 gimme. Gimme fishy. Wee. Wee, 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 wee. I don't know what to eat. What? Are there no leftovers? No leftovers for Din Din? But there's always leftovers. Wee. Are you telling me that there's no food left from last night? I thought that you had like a ton of stuff that was cooked last night. Did you eat it all? King of Squirrel! Workout break! Oh my gosh. King of Squirrel, you've been sneaking around in the background this whole time, and then all of a sudden, boom! Head to the front, slap down onto the counter, 1 coupon for workout. And the workout's not even for you. Now, everybody in the chat, if you're trying to get yourself to do a little workout, how about you drop down and give me 10? Drop down and give me 10. Or you could do some sit-ups. Or you could do some jumping jacks or something. But if you're thinking about doing a little workout, you should do it with me. You should do it with me, because I'm about to just do some pull-ups, just some quick pull-ups. 10? I'll do 20. Echo's an absolute champion. Echo's been drinking water and is working out. Callie, I said if you wanted to. If you wanted to. Besides, Callie, I'm pretty sure that you get a pretty good workout white knuckling your way home in your truck, because these streets be dangerous. You know what I'm saying? Best kind of workout is one that I don't need to do. You cannot. Listen, I understand that I can play this game for you, but I can't work out for you. All right, let me just do a couple of pull-ups. All right, thank you, King of Squirrel. I'm just gonna real quick do some pull-ups. You just paid a bunch of points for me to do it, so I guess I'm gonna do it. This time, the chair's not getting in the way. Goodness gracious. Well, my mom just came up and we shared the last 3 donuts for dinner. Ooh, donuts. Awesome sauce. That reminds me that the other day I got to, I got into the kitchen and I saw that there were just donuts sitting around and I was like, I'm just gonna eat these. Garrett didn't even tell me where they came from. I just munched them because they were delicious. He did tell me later that it was okay. You picked up a lot of dogs today. Does that count? Yes, Lupus, it definitely does. It definitely does. Physical job. Physical job. Is he? You said you ate it all like a little piggy. A little whack. You ate all of the food? Well, that's what it's for. Food's for eating. Food was made for eating. Whiskey made for drinking. If we were made in Santa Fe. What was I doing? Oh yes, food. We need to make some food, but I don't have any salt. What are we gonna do about that? Let's just make our water for now, so that we can go on an expedition. Down to the bottom of the ocean. Hopefully, we'll be able to go down into the mining chamber. We'll be able to figure out what the devil is going on over there. You think that you can do like 5 push-ups without dying? Ooh, kitty cat. Then it sounds like 5 is what you want to do. Silent but dead. Frigid water. You're still here. Frigid water, you said that you were leaving, but you've returned. Frigid water, to what do we owe this blessing?
To what do we owe this honor? This honor, my friend, welcome back. Okay, we've got enough food. We've got enough water. So let's head down into the chambers of death. I mean, chambers of newfound life. We need to go find the rest of this old croaked alien's body. Gotta make him a new one. New body. Also, I'm pretty sure I remember how to get out. You were actually working at the house last week and you woke up with your back all locked up. Oh no. You're waiting for it to loosen up so that you can finish the project. Oh, you're just taking it easy because of your back? Okay, I completely understand that, Calico. I'm sorry that your back bummed out on you. Oof. Whenever the back goes out, it's just pause, wait, recuperate. Goodness. It's awful. Every time that I've had a problem with my back, I'm just doing anything to let it relax so that it fixes itself, please. And there were some times where I couldn't get away from work whenever my back was busted, and then I had to just go to the chiropractor and get it fixed. Because I couldn't take the time off. I couldn't take the time off. I tore myself to shreds. Chiropractor fixie. And then it still took a long time. Chiropractor did not fix my problems. It just alleviated some of the pain, I think. What are these down here? I don't think that there's any... What else do we need to scan? I don't... Are there any more units on this vehicle that we're riding in the truck? What are we, halves? Oh, an aquarium module. Well, there's one more piece. You're gonna go to sleep because it's 1 a.m. You're very tired, so Kenny can't get me to do more push-ups when he does pull-ups. Echo, you're going to sleep? All right, we'll see you later, Echo. Get yourself some rest. It was nice to hang out with you, my friend. Hope you enjoyed the goofy games and you had a good time. Hope you caught some vibes. Hope you caught some vibes in that butterfly net that you brought. In that beautiful pink butterfly net. Big beasties. It's definitely dark. I could probably be snuck up on by a big old nasty beast. This is the entrance that I remember. Aha. This is the simpler entrance that is way easier to sneak around in. Or is this the same? I don't know. Oh, we gotta make it past these, what Alchemic called the suspicious vents, if I remember properly. Here we go. There we go. Underground facility. And there should be... Look at that. 200 meters away, there's an architect artifact down here. Interesting. Now, let's just head down into the belly of the beast. I just heard a honked car outside. Whoa, it's actually really bright outside. What the heck? It's super early. Nice. People going to bed makes me think that it's nighttime. But it is still bright outside. There's still people that are probably still at work right now. Ooh, only 100 meters away. Ow! We're getting close. It's just around the corner. Looks like we gotta go deeper, though. Deeper into the belly of the... Wait, I already said that, didn't I? Dang it. You'll probably lurk on your laptop, so you'll still be here? Oh my gosh. Thank you, Echo, for the lurks. I appreciate it. You guys are so sweet. People leaving on the streams. People leaving on the stream so that I have the view. I so appreciate it. I do that for my friend Toast too. I definitely did that for 8th and Dogfish last night. I was just like, darn it, I can't be active in 8th's chat. Oh yeah, we already saw this.
Could provide useful information.
We just have to come in here again, apparently. Hey, Laughing Bacon, how are you doing? Welcome back.
Location where we may find an important component for
Curved spine.
The image is hazy, but I am sure it is correct. A stark surface landscape, dangerously cold.
Oh.
Curved spires stretch to the sky.
Is that an egg? Ooh. A suspicious creature egg. We'll start collecting them. Now is the time for us to collect creature eggs. Okay, so we just did the thing. We did the little thing. We had to, yeah, we picked up an egg. Egg, grabbing an egg. Oh wait, we gotta answer the phone.
How do humans cope with the loss of memories?
Like forgetting someone's birthday? I don't know. It just happens.
When you
can't
die,
scan this?
some quantity of knowledge is lost forever to the next generation. Isn't that?
I'm warning you. If you call humanity inefficient one more
Not gonna
time,
lie, Alan
I will
kind of a
swim us
baddie.
both into the
Sorry,
mouth
just
of a
saying
lion.
frigid water.
That sarcasm. I am still having trouble differentiating.
How inefficient.
Efficiency aside, does the loss of knowledge not create complications?
Well, on a personal level,
We've already been
losing
down
someone
here.
can be traumatic.
Yeah, let's go
But
back.
it's harder to process the idea of
Back we
generational
go.
knowledge. Humans aren't networked, so we can't even be aware of what we're losing moment by moment.
Huh?
We try to learn from history. Maybe it's not ideal, but it's what we have.
What happens when you no longer have the memories of others to combine with your own?
You make your own memories and interpretations.
What?
You have to experience life as an autonomous being. Discover yourself.
What?
That idea is foreign to me.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta like discover this stuff yourself, but like most of the things that you're gonna learn have already been learned by people, so you can just, so much of the human learning is just like standing on the shoulders of giants, Humanity is kind of like a network. I don't know what this game's talking about. I mean, autonomy is certainly nice. And I mean, a robot, yeah, I wouldn't understand it, but I mean, there's definitely a human network. I mean, that's how documents work. That's why the written word is so important. Because it allows us to pass information from one brain to another. Books are essentially a way to directly download somebody else's consciousness into your own. Admittedly, it's limited and inefficient, and also can have lies within it, but I mean, it's still a network. It's still a download. It's one of the most efficient ways to connect with another human being is to read their words. That's why books and language are so important. But all right, but I get what they're saying. Autonomy is valuable and I guess foreign to this robot guy. This robot guy's about to get a body though. Should they really be walking around? Should we really let this robot walk around? I don't know if we should give them autonomy. We're not gonna talk about that big creature. Well, don't worry about it. This game's not scary, don't. Laughing Bacon, don't worry about it. None of these creatures are gonna chomp on me. Lupus, you're gonna make some Philly cheesesteaks, but with a low-carb wrap. Ooh. I've never had a Philly cheesesteak, but then again, I guess I can't have Philly cheese, eh? Is a Philly cheesesteak any good? Can you ever have one without cheese? Maybe with what is called, like, vegan cheese? I guess I could do that one time. Vegan cheese. There's one more architecture artifact, and that's the only one that's on the map right now. So let's at least take a little peek-see, you know what I'm saying? You just got a word. Wait, you just got word that we got a BB gun. My dad was like a kid when he got it. He started rambling about bullying, about buying a new gun when he can't even use the BB gun correctly. Dads and their toys. Dads and their BB gun toys. It's kind of cute, even though it's a grown man. Grown men can be cute sometimes. Whenever they get a new toy. You got cheese that you might try out. Ooh, oh, is that pronounced brie? Is that brie cheese? I don't actually know how to say that. Yeah, just the one time, then you'll be done. Oh, just, you're saying just one time trying out the cheese. Whee! Let's go. You should probably get to sleeping. You gotta wake up early. Oh no, Alex, you've got to wake up early, and you're hanging out in a stream, watching me swim around in the water. You gotta go to sleep. Go get some sleep. Oh, Riza, it was nice hanging out with you. I hope that you get some good rest. Get some good schlep. We will see you later. Brie, it's goat cheese. It's not that late. Oh, what? Anne went to bed. If Anne and Shiny went to bed, and I think that Kim might have fallen asleep. Unless there's somebody else going on. If there's somebody in that Kim is watching over or something. Kim could be modding right now, but still. I hope the rest of the stream is good. You have a good night. So sweet. We'll see you later, Ariza. Hey! See you laters. Get some rest. Hope you get some sleep. Good luck with whatever you're doing tomorrow. Whatever you're waking up for, I hope it goes well. Wait, we've never even scanned this before. A pouch bulb. You should wake up early for school. Meh. Sleep is for the weak. Oh my gosh, no. Athena, please take care of yourself. Athena, if you need to go to bed, please do. Take care of yourself. Number one, take care of yourself. Number 2, hang out with me if you want to. Number 3, there is no number 3. Number 3 is be blessed. Look at this, right over here. So I never even turned left. But it looks like an ancient artifact is right here. Just below us, huh? Yeah, only 32 meters away? Man. 27. Wow, it is right below us. That is a thin ceiling. Oh, water. Is there like a ledge that we're supposed to jump onto? Oh, I wouldn't count on it. I would not count on it. I'm pretty sure that this is where the worm is hopping around. Pretty sure that this is the worm zone. But I've never been over here. Okay, ignoring that worm, let's... Oh, there's a PDA. Thumper batteries. I know that there's a special device that you can get that you drop onto the snow and it will thump, thump, thump the ground for you. And it will distract the worm. But yeah, there's a giant worm, Athena. It's in this ice area. There's a humongous worm with like a, oh my gosh, there it is. And it's got like a flaming horn. It's got like a burning hot horn. The Thumper. Yeah, just like I mentioned, the Thumper can distract the giant ice worm so that we can do stuff over here. At first glance, it looks like little squirrel in the corner has been paused on a blep. It is a blep. That is a blep. Isn't it cute? It's our cute bleppy squirrel. Okay, there's nothing down here. I thought that this was going to be... You've done research. I have done some research. It's true. I wanted to learn just a little bit about the game so that I wasn't completely lost. Oop, there's the worm. Gonna run right over where it has already shown up. Where's the thing? It's right over there. How do we get there? I'm not putting my prawn suit at risk. You gonna name it Steve? The worm's name's Steve? Such a friendly name. Can we not call it Steve? I feel like you're giving it too much credit. This worm's mean. Worm's trying to eat us. Okay, so we gotta go lower. I can fix the worm problem, just put rice on it. What? Put rice on it and then eat it? I don't know if this worm is editable. I'm not sure. I don't know what you're doing, Wormy, but I'm gonna hide down here. I'm trying to see if there's an entrance or something. What? Keith sounds good. Keith the worm. You like the worm's name as Steve? Okay, well, so let's see. We've got 2 different teams, it looks like. Keith and Steve. Okay, so maybe it's a fake out. Maybe the real entrance to get to it is just like really far away, and then you have to like walk along a long corridor or something. Poll. Is it Steve or is it Keith? Steve or Keith? Okay. Let me see if I can start this very important poll. Let me see. Manage a poll. Let me add this. You guys, we got to work together. Maybe Jennifer? Oh my gosh. I've got to say ice worm name. Keith or Steve? All right, please weigh in your votes. Very important. I'm gonna just put it to 3 minutes because I want to make sure that this is extremely accurate. Want to make sure that this is an accurate poll, you guys. Very, very important. Okay, so we're trying to name the giant ice worm. It's either going by the name of Keith or it's going by the name of Steve. Make sure that you weigh in your vote today. You can't poll on mobile? No, Jedi. Jedi, your vote counts for 17 votes? No. The mod votes. Steve? No.
Seek fluid intake.
Not Steve. You're not allowed to put the names together. That's against the rules. Look, we're getting further and further away from the artifact.
Vital signs stabilizing.
We're never gonna reach it. We've already been over here. There's gotta be some like underwater. Oh, I think Jedi was saying that she couldn't start a poll on mobile. As a mod. See, look at this. Look at this suspicious spot. I've never been in here, that's for sure. Oh, look at this. There's stuff to mine down here. Veins. The music changed. Sounds like Minecraft down here. You voted Keith? Oh, that's important. This worm's not allowed in here. This is my town. Welcome to Earl Town. You're not loading it. I'm not voting unless there's Logan as an option. Logan the worm? Why are y'all also convinced of your of your wonderful names? Y'all are also serious about this worm's name. I was just gonna call him Noodle. Oh, well, I mean, this is a way to sneak around, that's for sure, but what's the point of sneaking if you don't even know where you're going? Maybe this is where Steve hangs out. maybe Steve hangs out with his friends in there. Why is Noodle not an option? Because nobody came up with it. Nobody suggested it. You have reasons? You're very sure of yourself. I like that confidence, Bugs. I like that confidence. Yeah. We should call it Noodle. Oh my gosh. Everybody's changing their opinions. Nobody's sure of anything. Listen, I thought that I knew things whenever the stream started. But now I've changed my mind. I knew nothing from the very beginning. Okay, so this is... Uh-oh, we in Noodle's house now. Noodle. Oh, dear. Noodle for a worm? That's like calling a dog Spot. No, what? You don't like dogs named Spot? Oh my gosh, Jedi. Noodle? Is that you? Hello? Hello? Excuse me? Oh, heck no. You did. No, I'm not. Noodle's our friend now that we named them. It's like, it's like a ghost. If you name it, it can't hurt you. Steve of Kitty. You did. Somebody in my school is named Logan Worman, but everybody behind his back calls him Logan Worm. Logan Worm, no! I like Logan Worm. Don't pick on poor Logan Worm. What a good bean. What a good bean Logan is. Keith is his middle name. His name is Logan Keith. Logan Keith Wiggly Worm. Boing, boing. Just saying it wasn't creative, which we usually give other people crap for characters and pets. I do? Well. Jedi, do you have a pet that's named something silly? Do you have a pet that's named... Do you have a cat that's named Meow Meow? That I insulted long ago, and you've held a grudge for all these years. Jedi, if you hold on to your anger will hold on to you.
Dangerous.
You have to let go of your anger. Only then will you be free. La da 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 la 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 la. You have a rat named Alfredo? Ooh, that reminds me of Ratatouille. Or Rat Patootie. Is that what it's kind of based on? The fact that rats can cook really nice food? You must go to sleep now? All right, Athena is actually going to sleep. Good night. Good luck with tomorrow. I hope that you have a good day at school. We'll see you later. Thanks for being here. Hope you had a wonderful time. Get some rest. It's night. It is night. That's very true. Look at that. We're back to where we started. Splendid. Well, I don't see where to go. Oh. Ratatouille. Spooky. Whoa. Spooky. Light? Light. Yes, light. It's true. Everybody on rats is calling their rats Remy. Remy the rat. What is this? What the heck am I looking at? Is this the bridge? What? Oh, no, that's where you get the thumper. Oh, yes. That's the spot that we researched the thumper. Pretty sure that we checked all the edges. You think that I just have to jump in the water? That's actually what I'm about to check. That's actually a splendid idea. That was next on my list of things to check. Yeah, because I just need a... La la la. It's so foggy. I know, right? Laughing Bacon, that's like it's the only thing that's frustrating about the weather. The weather doesn't really get in the way except for visibility. Also, that's a blinking light. I'm pretty sure that that's the research thing that we just came from. I'm just trying to check if there's doesn't seem like there's any ledge. So maybe in the water you just have to kind of like swim up. Yeah, I think you're right, Laughing Bacon. You might be right. Maybe it's a laser cutter situation. Well, we can get right back up if we need to. Yeah, because there's been a couple of things that were ice that we just had to cut through with a laser cutter, but just go yeet. Just yeet yourself into the water, streamer. Go, 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 go. Jellies. Well, maybe we should skirt the edges and see if we can see anything. I don't know, because we just are not getting low enough. Wait, we've already been here. Is this the chamber? Yeah. Yeah, this is the ice. This is the ice that we cut through. Is this gonna help us get close? I don't remember. There's something here. Alchemic, you're back. Oi, 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 oi. Alchemic, how are you doing, my friend? Were you doing stuff? I missed you. But you're back. No worries. Oh, Lemonberry's here too. Oi, oi, oi. Lemonberry and Alchemic return at the same time. Too many blessings. Too many blessings. Whoop, 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 whoop. Y'all are gonna make my jaw hurt. Too much smiling. Hello, hello. How is everybody? I'm doing fantastic, Lemonberry. Thank you for asking. Today is a good day. A good day. Whee! After some executive decisions by me, I've decided to not sleep. What? You've decided to not sleep? I don't know if I can back you up. You went to find normal people? No! Alchemic, I'm sorry. Did I hurt your... Did I say something wrong? I apologize. I was wondering. We missed you. Normal people are overrated. Stick with us. Was that poisonous? Oh, it was. It was poisonous because it was too old.
Vital signs stabilizing.
In California? Normal people?
Vital signs
Okay, there we go. Yeah, that was rotten food that I had left there. Silly me. Unbelievable. Got some good food, though. Fevered peppers. And they keep you warm, too. Look at that. Only 3 away. 3 away. Oh, wait. Ow-wah. Ow-wah, ow-wah. Up we go. Dinner consumed. Aha! Lupus, you found some noms. You found some noms after you'd already munched on all the rest of them. You are a full bean. 100% bean. I believe I can fly. It's true. I do believe I can fly. Oh yeah, did we bring the ion cube? Hey, we brought the ion cube. Hey, I forgot about this. This was an accident. This was an accident. There are no accidents. Ooh. And away we go. Now this is the portal to Minecraft. Decide to check the price for Subnautica on the Switch. You were pleasantly surprised. After expecting the new one to be $80, the old one to be 50-ish. Oh, heck no. Holy moly, that would be so expensive. Say it ain't so. I will not go. No PS5. I'd rather stay alive on and on and on and on and on. Yeah, no thanks, man. Whew. The PS5 with its game prices, mamma mia, papa pia, no thank you. All right, so the portal goes between here and the big bug monster. Very convenient, I think. I think that this might be a convenient portal. So I think that we're gonna go up and we're gonna look at the big nasty guy. The big nasty lizard that's frozen in ice. It should be somewhere nearby. I don't quite remember where it is. You've been typing for too long? Help me procrastinate. You need a break? Okay. Kareem. Let me see, let me ask some horsey
Dangerous
questions.
weather approaching. Seek shelter.
Seek shelter. Oh yeah, this is the area. Oh, I didn't bring my pingling. What a dum-dum. I should have brought my precious pingling. How fast do we feel the looking for? Oh, most release games in Canada are $80? Oh my gosh. That sounds like what it's like in Australia. Australians, they get the sorry end of the bargain. Absolutely. Not fair. Too expensive. Not fair. I think the prices should be the same everywhere. Always dangerous weather, never Christmas. Santa never comes. The snow keeps falling, but Santa never comes. This is the worst. That is the way to the artifact, but this is not how you get to it, I don't think. What's a secret? Violet snow cone. This might be D-way. Oh no. Laughing bacon. No! Didn't you just see whenever I ate those rotten peppers and it made us sick? Don't you dare give me those rotten memes. You know that those memes are rotten. Don't feed me them. Australia is worse just because everything is trying to kill you there. Oh, wah! I've heard that it's not as dangerous as you'd think. Australia, not as dangerous as you think. Interesting. Oh. Interesting. Oh. Now that I can actually see, console's pricing model has changed significantly over the year, and not in a good way either. The only exception has been Nintendo. Yeah, it's a real bummer, Alchemic, because they don't seem to be the main argument where they're like, games are more expensive to make, is completely nullified by the fact that now they charge for all this DLC and season passes and all that stuff. It's like there was already a fix for like inflation and stuff like that. So it really is just stinky for the customers. Oh, this is how you do it. They were right. You just jump off the edge. Ah.
With this artifact,
Oh yeah, we've already been in here before. Oh, it's cool as heck.
They survived for a time, but then their presence becomes faint.
But yeah, what's nice is that the PS5 doesn't have any killer games. That's what I love. The PS5, I mean the PS4, they had Bloodborne, and Bloodborne to me was like, okay, I've got to get this eventually. Thankfully, I waited until it was really cheap, and I got one during Black Friday. Whenever Red Dead 2 came out, that's whenever I bought the console. So thankfully, I didn't even buy the PS4 early either. But I knew with Bloodborne that I would have to buy it eventually. But there's nothing like that for the PS5 yet. He just said for me to scan something here, but I didn't see anything. Is there something around here? You could pay $60 for a AAA title, or you could end up paying $100 for a deluxe edition of the same game that's complete. It's lame. Yeah. What's with the Resident Evil having the $80 version? Is that just to have like another game? Because the Reverse thing is like a multiplayer experience, and then the quote-unquote deluxe edition is just for, it's just to have like another game, right? Isn't it just another one? I thought that it was essentially just $60. That was nice of them. Okay, so what am I scanning in here? There's supposed to be another thing, right? This is the last part of the body. The architect tissues should be in here. Cool. Somewhere around here. Ashley Rose, thank you so much for the 10 bits. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 10 bitties. The doggos mark Ashley Rose's arrival. How are you doing, friendo? Yeah. Ashley. How it do? How it be? All these look the same. Okay, so there's supposed to be some tissues in here, which is good because I'm gonna be crying if there's nothing in here, so I'm gonna need them. Well, they might be frozen. That's true. Frozen tissues. No. Could be. There's only snow down here, though. There seems to be no indication. What did it just say? It just voice log. With this artifact, is this what they just said?
With this artifact, I am again able to trace the imprint of my people. They survived for a time, but then their presence becomes faint.
With this artifact, day 52. The King of Squirrel, another juggle break? Oh my gosh. Another one. Another one. This artifact? So what, this is like the storage facility for their knowledge? My sister just stole Stabby the Roomba from my room? Oh, is it named Stabby because have you ever strapped a kitchen knife onto it to let it zoom? They left it up to the developers this round. On the PlayStation, they continue the $60 or bump it up to $80 to include additional features. Oh, are the additional features determined by Sony? Or are they determined by the dev? Like, does the dev basically have to price their game differently? It's so funny. This is reminding me of Valve. Whenever they released, whenever they got new maps for Left 4 Dead, Microsoft forced them to make people pay for them. They were free on the PC, but Xbox literally said, no, Valve, you cannot give out these free maps. You have to make it a $20 DLC because they didn't want people to get used to free updates. Valve. Goodness. Good guy, Valve. It's funny. Furious Firefly, welcome back. How are you doing? Oi. Furious Firefly with a tier 3 sub. What? Yeah, I gotta go somewhere else. It's definitely not here, but I need to do a juggle break in just a minute. This was like the other marked location, but maybe after I leave, then he'll update me. Yeah, maybe I'll leave and he'll be like, that was unsatisfactory. I will give you one more location. Music's still kind of zen out here, not gonna lie. Still zenny Kenny out here. Is it time to escape D Island? Our sea truck's over there. Our prawn's in a good location. We ignored the sea worm, the big worm. Yeah, good job. Is there still a signal? Last known position. Alien distress call. I think that I've run into both of those. I just haven't disabled them, I think. Noodle. Ah, yes, excuse me, Noodle. What was the result of that poll? Was there a proper result? Whee! Or did everybody decide to not vote because Noodle wasn't on the list? It was Steve. Steve won. I guess that technically the worm is named Steve, but we all call it Noodle. Okay, so we could either go home, or I guess we could... Let's see, that's, yeah, the Phi Robotics landing pad. Something that we can do, I know. So we can make a snow fox. The other thing is that we definitely should get back to the pinglings. To the pingling center, you know, where you're like zooming around the little baby pingling, because there is an antidote that you have to get from the pingling, and then you give the antidote, you go back to that big like scary skull thing, the big scary skull that's frozen in ice. You're supposed to like give the antidote to it or something. Then I think that you can maybe get tissues. Maybe that's where we get it. I didn't read too far in the guide, but I just wanted some ideas, because these games are kind of nonsensical, and it's way too big of a game for me to want to like search every corridor. You named the worm Steve? Well, technically, I guess it was named Noodle, didn't it? I don't know. I mentioned Noodle after we were already voting. Wait, so your spouse? Wait. No. You don't murder the pinglings. No. There's a robot pingling. They said that they wanted to name it. Okay, it had to be done. So they were saying Keith or Steve, and then I mentioned Noodle late, and everybody was like, Noodle. There was a poll. We need to grab our Robo Penguin. The worm's got about 10 names. Don't worry about it. Listen, the worm is a wiggler of many names. In fact, I'm pretty sure that Wiggler is the name of the worms in Mario. Home again. Well. And we're home again. It's time for us to get our artificial pingling and do a little bit of research. Oh, great. Another name.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
It almost sounds sarcastic whenever it says Captain. Well, there's worse things in the world than a sassy robot. Here we go. We got 2 creature eggs. Now let's grab our spy pingling. It is Steve Noodle Wiggleton. Wiggleton? Steve Noodle Wiggleton. But you can call me Papa Wiggle. Uh-oh. Is it in our... Oh, no. Did our penguin die? Where's our fake penguin? Oh, it's right here. Oh, thank goodness. I thought that maybe it was over in the, Oh, yeah. What about this? A necklace that belonged to Sam. Can I wear this? Might as well have named it Spot. Oh, what? Alchemic. Are you colluding? Are you colluding with Jedi? That's exactly what Jedi said. Jedi said that was like naming a dog Wolf. Dang it. Such high standards for worm naming. I'm sorry that I don't reach up to your standards. There we go. What you said earlier? Steve, Keith, Logan, Noodle, the Wiggly Wobbly Wormo. No! The Wiggly Wobbly Wormo. I love it. Over here, we have a dog by the name of Tiger Wolf at the daycare. Tiger Wolf. I said it's like naming a dog Spot. Yes. The mods are together on this one. I don't think that we can call it Noodle. Jedi and Alchemic agree. I don't think that it could be called Noodle. I'm sorry, when in doubt, I gotta go with the mods on this one, you guys. I think that we're gonna have to stick with Steve. I think Steve is gonna have to be its official name. Zoom! Now let's head to this landing pad. But you like Noodle? It's too bad, Lupus. It's too bad. Listen, I'm just the streamer. Jedi and Michael are the ones that are in charge around here. Scuba Steve. Gotta go. You gotta take a shower? All right, Laughing Bacon, go get yourself a nice shower. Please make that pork shine, my friend. Steve. Zoom. I told him that he made fun of people for their pet character names, and it was like, what? Denial. Wah. Denial. Well, that's because it's simply not true. That's why. Listen, is it denial if I'm right? I don't think so. Hit that fish. Dead fish, dead fish. We've been here for too long, Jedi.
We've seen all the streamer's tricks. We've seen every trick in the book. We wrote the book. I've seen it all.
You gotta actually sleep now, Athena. You said that you weren't gonna sleep today, but I'm glad that you didn't tell the truth. Get yourself some rest. Nighty-night, Athena. Thanks for hanging out with us. Hey, Coco Eve's here. Oi! Coco! How are you doing? What's up? We're on a spooky alien island. How are you doing? Hooray! Is it okay that the celebration thing right there kind of looks like corn? I think it every time. Every time it looks like a delicious corn on the cob, which is a cause for celebration as well. Oi, 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 oi. It's our friendo Coco. Ow, my legs. My legs, my legs. We're gonna do some pingling research. We're gonna do some penguin robot style research. You're doing good? Week's going great? All right. It's not one of those weeks where we have to look straight for Friday. It's one of those weeks that we can just enjoy all of. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You got any fun plans anyway? Any fun things that are coming up? I think the fun thing that I've got coming up is playing this game forever. Maybe we'll do something special on Saturday though. We've definitely been here before. Is this just the robot center? It's 8th. Oh my gosh. 8th, how are you doing? Welcome into my chat. It's your high-key energy friend. How are the underwater zoomies going? Pretty fantastic, I gotta say. Everything's going great. Our research, incredible. The penguins, adorable. We're actually about to bust out our robot penguin and try to do some research. We're trying to figure out where the secret antidote is. I'm not even supposed to know that there's an antidote. But I do because I'm a cheater. Wait, Pingus! Yes, look at this baby penguin. You must become the robo penguin. It's right here. There it is. It's Pen George. Pen George, the magical penguin. Now we gotta slap on this little receiver. We become the penguin. Pinchy, pinchy. Pinchy, pinchy. Am I not allowed to pinch leg? Okay, it's not letting me. I don't know why it's not letting me pinch. Poke, grab. There I am. I'm not even controlling it. Almost a full T-pose. Oh, what? Okay, here we go. Jedi Roar, did you ever set up the mod union in my absence? Oh, what? What have I done? What have I done now? Oh no, I've offended the mods yet again. Yet again. It happens every week. If y'all riot every single day, it's not gonna mean anything. It's not gonna mean anything if y'all keep rioting all the time. All right. We need to look for like shiny lights. We need to look for like red blinking lights around here. Hey, it's me, Scott B. How are you doing? Scott's here. Oh yeah. How you doing, my friend? You got Scott. We've got 8th. 8th, how are you doing, my friend? Oh yeah, that reminds me. I've been shiny hunting. Just like 8th. 8th always reminds me of shiny hunting. A shiny hunting extraordinaire. I've been searching for a shiny Eevee. And I've used up like 3 hours in the same zone looking for that sorry sucker, and I cannot find it for the life of me. But it also annoyed me enough that I actually called up Nintendo and I got my account unsuspended. So thank goodness. Thank goodness the account is fixed, you guys. We can indeed play with Oopsie sometime soon. Yeah, and let's go. Yes. In Pikachu, let's go. Trying to catch some more. I find it super fun to shiny hunt in that game. Shiny hunting in that game is, I don't know, there's something about it. I love the combo, the clear combo. It's got simple instructions on how to have maximum shiny catch. I mean, it's just real nice. It's just real nice. What ended up being the problem? Oh, Alchemic, the problem was entirely my fault. It was not Nintendo's fault. I pulled kind of a harebrained move. My mom, a while ago, told me that she saw strange charges on her PayPal. And I was like, well, it can't be me. It can't be me. Because my PayPal is attached to my thing. And I knew that I had been charged for games recently, which I had, but it was times that I used my credit card. but the suspicious charge that my mom saw, she got a refund for because I told her to do that, so it was entirely my fault, and I'd kind of forgot. I'd forgotten all about it, and then Nintendo was like, "You just refunded the game, bro." Like, what? So, thankfully, they're giving me one more chance, you guys. They're giving me one more. Thank goodness. They have restored my account, and they didn't even make me pay for the like $50 gift. $50. I basically accidentally stole $50 from Nintendo accidentally. And I even the guy that was on the phone, I was like, "Oh no. So will you send me an invoice? How do I pay y'all back?" And he was like, "Oh." He was like, "Oh, we won't require you to return. We won't require you to give us the money back because we value you as a customer." And I felt so guilty. I was like, "No. I did not mean to do that. I wanted to pay them back." I even asked specifically, and he was like, "No. We can't accept that. That we can't do that." And I was like, "No." I want to pay back, but now I've got $50 extra. But also, you can only do it one time. They said that now my account is still flagged for fraud. So if I make a mistake again and the same thing happens, then my account gets deleted. My account gets deleted instantly, and there's no way to return it. It's the only thing. This is the only time that I get to do this. And then they delete my account. Boom, gone. I'm back. I went around the circle. Ow. So that would mean me losing all of my downloaded games. I believe that would be my friends list would be gone. And my, what's the last thing that's attached to that? Playtime, I think. Yeah, it's so strict. You figured it was the payment things? I know it sucks. You did that with your PayPal and you got a new card this month and your PayPal was connected to your old card and bingo bango, got a suspendo. Oof. Did they tell you that you were like that you were on the fritz with getting deleted, or was that only me? What's getting deleted? Hopefully nothing. I am disconnecting that PayPal as soon as possible. Okay, so I'm looking for, there's like a connecting zone around here. It's like it's so hard to understand how this ice area works. You hate PayPal with a burning passion? Your credit stuff was stolen twice through them directly? Oh my gosh. That is no good. They said nothing about deleted or flagged? Yeah, so that's probably because you didn't do any like proper fraud, I guess. I was actually a fraudulent bean. Actually fraudulent. Earl of Scams. PayPal is still causing you issues with your current situation? Oof. Oof. I know that there's an issue with that with eBay too, where they basically are they're protecting the customer more than the seller. And I think that the seller can still be screwed over pretty royally on eBay. So we're looking for the blinky light so that we can send out the penguin. But I haven't seen any yet. Thank goodness, Alchemic. I was so disappointed that I had to call them. Thankfully, Nintendo was super duper fast. Super duper fast, and I had to call two people because the first time I lied about whose PayPal account it was. No, I actually told the truth. I told the truth first, which I regretted, because I had to call them back and be like, "Oh, yes, this is my account." And they were like, "Okay." They were like, "All right. You said it, we believe it." So I had to call them back, and both of the representatives were really friendly, and I wasn't on I didn't have to wait for barely any time either. Ooh, nice. They will always side with the buyer, no matter what. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks. That makes me scared to sell my pops. Now I don't want to sell my pops. Is there like a better marketplace to sell them? Is there a safer way for me to sell my rare Let's Go Pikachu pops? It's actually not, it was just a white lie. Is that a pun on purpose? Or is that a blessed accidental pun? Use Facebook? What? Is there really enough of a fan base over there? Use Mercury? Mercery? I've never even heard of that. It sounds cool.
Seek
I trusted
fluid intake.
immediately. Oh, it was on purpose? It was a white lie, which is my last name for anybody that didn't get it. You sell things on Facebook? Yeah, I just don't know if, I mean, we're talking about like, I would probably sell them as a set and they would cost at least, you know, a few
Vital signs
$100s.
Stabilizing.
They'd be a few $100s or so. Is this new? It's so hard to tell. Everything looks the same. It's like whenever I want to get lost, I can't do it. And whenever I was lost earlier, there were the little penguin things everywhere. But I was trying to escape. I was trying to find my way out. But now that I want to find my way back in, I can't do it. Isn't that always the way? We just got to run away from the robotics center. That's maybe that'll be the problem. Maybe that'll be the fix. I mean, you think that Kuri and TCC use it for plush? Yeah, you're totally right. I should totally just ask Kuri what they use.
Dangerous weather approaching. Seek
Oh,
shelter.
poo. There's no dangerous weather in this game. I mean, there are groups and such to help sell things. Ah, yeah, that makes sense. I just don't have a Facebook and I don't want to make one. I don't like Facebook. Facebook is poo-poo. I'm sorry for the strong language, you guys. I'll be family friendly from now on. La, 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 la. Is there a cave up here? Ah, no! Dang it. Oh. Nuts. I'm trying to get lost. I don't know how to get lost. It's a marketplace. It's good for collectibles. Ooh. Well, that's exactly what I need. Collectibles. Well, I don't need collectibles. If there's anything that I don't need, it's collectibles. But I need a marketplace for them. Where the heck am I? Are you selling them are you looking to sell them in bulk at MSRP? No. I was looking to sell it as a set. To sell it as a set, and I mean, I'm not sure what the price is right now, but last time that I checked on eBay, I mean, it's well above MSRP. Because even whenever I bought some of my parts, or some of my pieces of the set, they were already pretty expensive. They were already like 300% of what they were originally. So they were already valuable, but now they as a set, they're certainly more valuable. Ah, la, 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 la. Is this new? Are we in a new area? Please tell me. Please tell me that there's some like penguin hideouts around here. Yeah, paying $130 for a pop, it was a somewhat regrettable decision. But I really wanted that set. And I knew that it was only going to get worse. So I just bit the bullet. Oh, we made it. We found it. This is where we wanted to go. Nice. These places are so confusing. Yes, it's these trees. These trees is what this is what I was looking for. This is what we were looking for the whole time. There should be plenty of little penguin areas around here. You'd suggest me holding on to them longer? Yes. I was just hoping to find the marketplace that I would likely sell them on and keep an eye on the price. That's what I was hoping to do. Is just find the spot and then sit on them. Like a hen on eggs. An investor, even. Shall we find the big head? Is this the way? Oh, yep. This is the way to the big head. Open up. Hello. Yeah, I don't think there's anything in here, but there's a heater. Stay warm. Stay warm, my friends. All right. Let's go look at the big scary guy again. Because I'm pretty sure that this is where you're gonna use the antidote. So I'm just gonna like look at the location that it's supposed to be. Besides, it's cool as heck in here and I like looking at it. Yeah. Big monster. I believe it's up top. Up top is where you're supposed to put the antidote a little bit later. But I think that I have to retrieve it with a penguin. That stabby thing right there. I think. Yeah, insert sample. Requires injectable container to function. And then I guess it'll go forward, fix one of these hurt places, and then we can harvest some skin or something, I guess. I'm not sure. But it's something here. Hey, what's up, Lex? I'm doing pretty good. Thank you for asking. You hope that you didn't miss too much? I don't think so. Let's see. What have we done so far? So we've reunited with our prawn, and we've done a lot of scanning. We thankfully have already identified another part of the big beastie. The big beastie only has one more piece that we're looking for now. The thing, we're trying to make a body for the artificial intelligence that's inside of our body right now. So there's an architect skeleton, architect organs, and we're looking for the tissues right now. Oh, what? You're not late to the party at all. You're here right on time. You're right on time, my friend. There's no such thing as late to an Earl stream. It's hype and hopefully enjoyable for the entirety of the duration. We're just hanging out, my friend, talking about collectibles and account suspensions, which hopefully we will not have to talk about suspending accounts anytime soon, because that was horrible. Ow. So we should find little penguin zoomy areas over here. Mwahaha. My Ursula Funko Pop is worth a nice $400. Oh my gosh. A healthy $400 Funko Pop? Holy moly. Is that just a normal sized Funko Pop? Oh my gosh. Those things age like a fine cheese. A fine delicious cheese. Boing. Oh, did you suggest that I hold on to them longer because you actually looked at the price? Or just because, obviously I think I should hang on to them. I've only had them for like a year or two or whatever. It's a retired pop, so it's rare. Ooh. Rare, you say? I'm a bit of a collector myself. Got some food. Okay, so we're looking for blinky red lights. They're kind of easier to see at night, but when they retire pops, they go up in price.
Dangerous weather approaching. Seek shelter.
That makes sense. They skyrocket. Big moosh. Big moosh for the special pop. What is over here? I remember being here. Yeah, we were here a long time ago. There was nothing there. There's nothing here then, and there's nothing here now. Nice. You have a smog pop? Ooh, Smaug. That's really cool. What? How did they make a Smaug pop?
Stabilizing.
Is it like a giant one, or is it a little baby one? Smaug. The great dragon Smaug. Okay, we gotta get inside. We gotta get inside of a cave. It's pretty big. Ooh. He is big. He is Smaug. Oh, well, I didn't know. Okay, penguin time. Can I warm myself up a little bit? Should we risk it all, penguin style? Go crazy, go stupid. Last time that I did this, I'm pretty sure that my person stayed warm the entire time, as unrealistic as that is. Ooh, magnetite, nice. Hey. Oh, we can speak. If you press a space bar, it speaks. Penguin speaks. Can we grab up? Oh, hypothermia imminent. That is not good. That is not good at all. Please let me go. Oh no. Warm me up. Warm me up inside. Nice. Beep. Beep. I know, it's adorable. Lupus, you said that you gotta go play some Resident Evil and lurk? Sounds good. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon, Lupus. Sometime soon, I mean. I hope that you enjoy Resident Evil. I'm still looking forward to playing it. Maybe I can start it tonight. I don't want to keep putting it off. I am excited about it.
Seek shelter.
Pick up quartz. I wonder if we're supposed to... Oh, it said Spy Penguin Online. Okay, we're getting out to our limit here. So what are we supposed to grab with this guy? Beep, beep, beep. What are we supposed to get with this? Not the PDA, surely. Glacial research. What do we grab? We could grab quartz, but who cares about that? It seems like you should be able to get back here. And there's lights and everything. It was for the PDA? I hope not. That would be an intense disappointment. Please no. There's no good information in any of the PDAs. Also, you can self-destruct. That's amazing. If you could name your penguin, what would you call it? Well, if we want to continue along with the silly names, maybe I'd name it Flipper. Flipper the penguin. Okay, exit. There we go. No, don't pick up the snow. Pick up the penguin. No, stop picking up snow. Oh, no. Okay, we gotta stay warm. Staying right here. Oh, steam. The penguins blow up. Can the penguins blow up the rocks in the way? No, 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 surely not. That would be horrible. Killing a penguin? No, I don't believe it. I do not believe it. Look, it's got a little light on its chest. I didn't even notice. Cute. All right, little penguin. We're gonna find you another hidey hole. Let's just keep searching around the edge. I know that there's plenty of spots to discover around here. We just have to find them. Robin really do the wiggle whenever she walks. Oh, there's a beast up there. Oh dear. Okay. I see a red dots, but it's just the trees. Oh, police going by. Uh-oh. They found me. Ooh. Cave for warmth. Is there anybody home? I just heard a beast. I think that's above me. Hello? Robin. Okay, I already searched that. More penguin hideouts. Ow! My leg! I'm pretty sure that there's some beasts around here. So I better keep my eyes peeled. Ooh, new spot. Ah, nice. Okay, another spot. Good. We're on the right track, baby. Put this little boy down. If no one's home, it's your cave now. This is my house. My house, my penguin robot. Beep, beep. This is the one. I could feel it. We can even stay warm in this area. Don't tell me this is a quartz mission. All I see is... What? No, not magnetite. Oh my gosh, this better not be for magnetite. I can get that in the ocean. Oh, come on. Where's the antidote, darn it? I know it's somewhere. Zoom. I don't really want to get the penguin stuck, though. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The quartz mission was a success. Whee! You look, the penguin self-destructs only for if it gets stuck. No! The saddest self-destruction sequence ever. Until next mission. See, look, it's so hopeful for the future. We cannot let the penguin die. The penguin must survive. It's not even a real penguin, but it's alive to me. Boing, boing. Okay, so we gotta find another hidey hole. Look at that. There's another cave right here. I get the sneaking suspicion that we've already been in here. Ooh, the beautiful red sunrise. I believe that there's no sunset, but there is a sunrise. I see a spot. I wonder if we've already investigated this one. Oh. Ow! My legs.
my leg.
Okay, can I stay warm in here? No, I don't think so. We're gonna have to chop. Get that robot on the ground there.
All right, my boy. My boy. Get your penguin self into that cave. We'll take a look around.
Seek
Ooh,
fluid intake.
this looks much more hopeful. Look, it's an open chest. Treasure.
Dangerous weather approaching. Seek shelter.
Oh, mama. I think we found it. Oh.
Calorie intake
Bruh.
recommended.
Are you kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? My penguin is stuck out there all by itself because this big snow creature munched. No! Peps is gonna give me $10, but I don't want it. Run away! No! Keep your blood money, please. Don't eat. Okay. I think that it's decided that it's not so hungry. That's the antidote, though. The antidote has been found. We just must retrieve it. All right. Keep your eyes peeled for the stalker. Paying for deaths now. Whenever Peps was here, she said, I'll give you $10 if you go and find a big creature and you get eaten by it. And I was like, no. And then she said, I'll give you $1 if you accidentally get eaten by it. Whenever I almost got munched. Run away. And then I got my my foot munched by an enemy, and she was like, $1. You still get $1 for your pain there, streamer. Okay, he doesn't know that I'm here. Shh. Everybody, be quiet, and I don't think they can get us.
Sam must have stashed this here.
Antidote. Come on, little pingling. Go, 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 go. What if you self-destruct while you have like a quest thing? Well, I have a quest item. What if I self-destruct right now? See you later. All right, antidote has been gotten. So now we gotta head back. Gotta head back and let's see if we can get that thing given. What does the antidote do? I think that's what you're supposed to put into that alien head. The big alien head up top. I think that you insert the antidote into that little robot, and then maybe the robot will heal it. All I know is that all I knew was that the antidote was in a pingling hole, and I knew that the antidote was for that big beast. But I don't know what happens after that. I'm guessing that it heals a spot, and then we can maybe get a sample for the body of the big creature, maybe? I'm not sure. But now that I'm thinking about it, I wonder if uranite... Is uranite how we made polyaniline in the last game? I don't remember. I remember us getting polyaniline, but I can't remember what its crafting recipe is.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Do not remember, but we do have uranite. And we have kyanite. We could probably use some more kyanite, though. Oh, there's another pingling spot here. I think I already went there, though. Hey, Xenlo, you're back. You're back. You took a nap. Twitch wasn't working, so here I am. Hey, welcome back, Xenlo. Hope that you had a good nap, my friend. We're just gonna play for a little while longer. While I'm still awake, hopefully I can play some Resident Evil. I'm trying to. I'm doing my best. I wake up early, don't get anything done. Hopefully I can stay up late and get some things done. Zoom! I also downloaded Leorn board. I'm moving forward. I'm trying. I'm trying. I got it downloaded. Now I just got to start working on the sound effects. I just got to start going through the there we go. Reactor rods. Yeah, the reactor rods are in the underwater those are in the underwater ships that we've had to keep cutting into with the laser. You remember whenever we went a couple streams ago, we went into a little zone that we had to cut through with the laser, and then we cut a panel with the laser cutter too. And in that panel was something that we scanned. That was a reactor rod. I didn't know what it was at the time, so I barely even noticed it. But that was one of them. I scanned another one today. Today we finally made it back to that wreck that I was looking for earlier. And now there's one more reactor rod that we have to find. Let's go. And yeah, I'm not sure exactly how that connects to the story. See, like I looked up.
Dangerous weather approaching.
I looked
Seek
up the
shelter.
reactor rods, but I don't know what they do. I was just trying to make sure that I knew like the next steps so that we don't get too stumped. Because getting stumped in this game is no fun because it requires so much walking. Is this the zone? It is. Nice. Okay, let's find out what happened. Is it the new Resident Evil? Yes. I'm hoping to play it and maybe put it onto YouTube. I'm not sure. But oh, I was saying that I need to do some more work on the stream. Hopefully I can get Leorn board up because I want to make some channel point sound redemptions. I don't really like people having to pay for sounds to appear on the stream all the time. I'll just have to find a way to balance it. Because I want people to be able to just use channel points to play sounds for fun. Especially if they're like super, super short. Maybe I can find a balance. But also, Alchemic, you put a lot of good ideas around here. I love that idea with the balloon and the balloons or the sheets of paper on the dartboard. Pretty smart. I like it. Huh? You're probably not gonna stream Mass Effect? I don't think so. I don't really like Mass Effect. I'm sorry. I hope that you enjoy it though. I'm not a fan of story games in general, but yeah, I won't be streaming it. Yeah, I need to hang up the dartboard. You've convinced me, Alchemic. I've got to use it. It must be used. Okay, antidote
I
given.
believe the antibacterial agent was effective. Without it, the bacteria could have spread. Now it cannot. Your sister's memory will live in you through this gesture.
It feels good. Doing this one last thing for Sam. I feel like I got some closure.
My people do not experience endings as you do. Do humans feel joy in realizing that you've reached the end of something?
Sometimes. Closure is
what
a
do we
sense
do?
of resolution.
Confused.
Like knowing that even though it still hurts, it'll be okay. I did what I came to do.
It skipped all the
I
story and
found
now
out
I don't know
what
what's
really happened to
happening.
her, and I got to finish her work.
My sister?
I learned a little bit more about the person
Do I
I've
have
looked
a
up to
sister?
for, well, my whole life.
Who's my
I wish
sister?
I told her that more. Sam always wanted to make a difference.
Oh, Sam's a
She
girl
wanted
and
the
is my
bacteria
sister.
contained
Okay.
To keep everyone safe. I'm grateful to give her that. I just wish I could have said goodbye.
I'm grateful to give her that. Apparently Sam was trying to give that thing the antidote and now she's dead. Oh no! And now this thing's dead too. What's the point of giving an antidote to a dead creature for your sister who's also dead? I don't understand. Gonda, are you supposed to go to bed? You should probably go to sleep. You have a job interview tomorrow? Ooh, good luck. Good luck with the interview tomorrow, my friend. All right, I'm gonna do a quick workout. Okay, this may be one of the last things that we do. Okay, thanks, Gonda, right at the end. Maybe it's not dead. That's what I'm wondering. Maybe it's not dead. Maybe it comes back to life. Okay, so this is how many today? How many pull-ups is this? Like 30? Is this the third one? Okay, we got to keep the goggles on, you guys. The goggles stay on. Whoa! Yeah!
Calico Kitties YouTube gifted a tier 1 sub to Lena Chimera 150.
Woo! So wiggly, goodness gracious. Goodness, wiggling all around. Did you see me like swinging? I look like a monkey. I look like a monkey on a branch. Look like a monkey swinging around. That's not very efficient. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. What? Calico. Thank you so much for that sub for our new friendo Lino Chimera. I believe that they followed this stream, didn't they? I think that they followed this very stream. Thank you so much, Callie, thank you so much for the generosity. I appreciate it. 4 workouts tonight. I mean, I asked them to, Alchemic. I did specifically say that I wanted to kind of get the juice today. Right before the stream, I was kind of bouncing off the walls a little bit. I was kind of climbing on the walls. I was jumping around, and I hadn't, and the G Fuel hadn't even kicked in yet. I don't know why. I don't know why I was wired. So I was like, all right, I turned down the workout timer. I should have turned up the juggle timer, because that has been interrupting. La 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 la. So we've got we've already retrieved our pingling. Let's. Oh wow, they really do just break, don't they? So they're both an hour. Yeah. Are you nuts? Wait, what? I just have to not stream too long. I might be crazy. It's true. I just need to set the should have set the juggle for 2 hours. Oh, what? There's cases here that I've never even opened? Ooh. What do I do? Hey, welcome back, Jedi. You got the coffee? Oh yeah, baby. Ah yeah, coffee time. Hello. Okie dokie. We need to go home. Let's go home. I think that we need like one more thing, right? You're leaving already? Well, we got the pingling thing done. We got the antidote. We already searched that cave that he told us about. I think that we're basically almost finished with this island. We might have to come back here for something. But we also scanned the dead worm. We figured that out without even having to look it up. But the way that I scanned that dead worm, that is literally like the way to do it. That is, you are not supposed to scan a living one. And then we got the thing for the thumper, right? Let me see. There's a special device that keeps the worm like distracted. It is a limited time. It's limited time use. And you just place it and it distracts the worm so that you can crawl around. It's battery, titanium, and magnetite. It's not too expensive. But we can place that thumper to keep it distracted if we need to do something, but I don't even know what we need over there right now. I'm guessing that eventually the story is going to be like, oh, go over here. You need a snow fox for this. But I don't really see a use. I should probably find that last... Did you ever build a snow fox? I did not. I did not. But we went down super, super deep, deeper than I've ever been. Akimik, were you there whenever we were getting those, like, those little... The little red things down at the very, very bottom? With the big, beautiful, weird mushrooms? We went further down than we've ever been. And then we got some new materials, some new stuff. Oh, you weren't there? Oh, well, we went down even lower than before. We got some magnetite, which was what we were really looking for. And I also got some new mushrooms. Some new mushrooms that hopefully I can plant somewhere. I don't like the foreboding atmosphere that I'm currently in. Do not like it. Don't really want to get eaten. I've already been eaten. Have I been eaten today? No, I just didn't drink enough water. At a certain point, my character died. Never mind. Too high. Climb every mountain, search high and low, follow every rainbow. Yes, I died. I died in the space truck of just water. So it literally did nothing. I just woke up again with full water and half food. That's all. You'll clip it for later. Feel free to. We need best deaths, worst moments. Top 10 most, not top 10. We'd have to just make like rapid fire embarrassing moments from the streams. I would edit that. I would edit it. Top embarrassments. Top deaths. We can have everybody vote on them, and then I can put them together. Boing, boing. I do, since I'm going to be doing this Resident Evil video, hopefully, then hopefully I can get, I'll start building up a library of sound effects and stuff. I don't actually have one at the moment. The only thing that I have is for, the previous videos that I made are so old. None of those assets are gonna really do any good for me. So I do need to just start working on, definitely made a wrong turn. Yeah, this is the Wormtown. We accidentally made a wrong turn into Wormtown. But I need to start working on assets for like meme stuff and for zooms and stuff like that. I just paid for Adobe Cloud. So I will be able to edit with Premiere or After Effects, depending on what I'm doing. Ooh, silver. Silver and gold. Silver and gold. You want to play Resident Evil, but you can't handle horror games? Well, maybe you can watch it. Maybe you'll be able to force yourself to watch it. Or maybe even that will be too much. There's no shame in that, Lex. There's no shame in that at all. Now, I could have swore that the entrance is over here. I'm just going off of memory, you guys. One of the faultiest things that I've got. But I thought that the exit was, well, I guess. Well, maybe not. Well, there's some water. That's nice. Is that a dead pingling? Oh my gosh, rest in peace, friendo. How cold am I right now? I wonder if I've gone in here yet. I'm just gonna do this just in case. I mean, I'm here already. I'm here already. My person's safe. It's warm enough. Let's see what's in here. I don't think I've been in here. Maybe. Well, this is definitely new. I just don't think there's gonna be anything good in here. There's quartz. Oh boy, we can make glass for days. Graham. Yep, I think this one's a bust, you guys. This hole's a bust. I'm headed out. Grab penguin. Escape. Escape with your life. Don't leave it behind. How far does that burb go? I think that we saw the limit earlier. I hadn't encountered the limit before, but just a little bit ago, whenever the screen was glitching, that's the closest that I've ever gotten to too far away. I will admit, because of the somewhat janky programming of this game, I was scared that if I went too far, then my penguin might get stuck and I couldn't go back. I do not trust the devs for stuff like that. I do not trust them. I will not lose my pingling to trusting the devs, to be fair. This is where we came from, but okay. We gotta investigate every path. Every path before I backtrack. Let's not. They definitely trolled. They're like, how about you go grab that pingling with another one? Why don't you construct another one? After a giant animal eats your ship. I mean, if the fact that enemies can just eat your vehicles, yeah, I'm pretty sure they'll just let you die if you want to die. I was just wondering about like the antidote. I again do not trust them with quest items. Heck no. Do not trust these devs with any of these quest items. I've just tried to be as careful as possible and not lose them. I heard you like crafting. How about crafting pinglings for your pinglings? Listen, you can make a whole stack of pinglings. It'll be a pingling parade. We'll all watch. I'll bring the party poppers. Listen, you have to get the pingling grabber attachment.
Seek fluid intake.
Fluid intake? Oh. Hey, Tank, welcome back. Why? Tank, you've
Vital signs
returned.
stabilizing.
What the heck? A pingling horde even. Yes, you can snap them together. You could just take all of your pinglings and they each hook onto each other in tandem. The Pingling Brigade. Oh, are you going to sleep? Oh my gosh, it's 4 a.m. Ollie, get out of here. Oh, well, that something was chasing me. Ollie, we'll see you later. Nighty-night. It was fun hanging out with you, my friend. You won't miss much else. I think that we're going to head back to the base, and then we'll probably call it a night. We'll see you later, Ollie. Thanks for being with us. Ah! It was so fun. Like a barrel of monkey. A barrel of monkey with their little hooky hands. That's my favorite Toy Story character. Is all of the monkeys. It's so dark. I can't see where to go. Ooh. Maybe we need to walk across the walkway up there. Zoom. You were worried that you might have missed my stream? I mean, you could have. It was possible. Sometimes I'm going to stream a short amount of time, you guys. Sometimes I'm going to be late, and I'll stream even later than normal. You never know. You can't trust this guy. All that I can ever do is promise that I'll do my best. I will do my best to hang out with y'all every single day. That's my general commitment. I'll try to make it a good time that everybody can hang out, but I can only do my best. Is this the way to get out of here? Stay longer, Kenny. No! I have to do things. Vaughn, how dare you? How selfish. No, we're back. Oh, no. See, I told you that this game is real squirrely. As soon as we want to escape, then we can't leave. Whenever we wanted to get lost, we couldn't get lost. Okay, this is definitely not the way to go. This is Wormtown. We are currently in Wormtown. We are going to get munched by a worm. Hopefully we can escape. You have cookies? Ooh. What kind of cookies? Could I have some? Oh my gosh, there's just water over here. What the heck, you can go to Wormtown straight from the water? I did not know that. Wow. Well, okay. Where's my ship? Oh. Oh. All right, we found our found the ship. Non-dairy cookies. Oh, but I mean, like, what flavor? What flavor, not what ingredients. Oh, I forgot that we had docked over here. I forgot that you could dock over here. What a pleasant surprise. I say, it's time for us to go. No. Maybe fitting. I'll have to accept that bonk for being so stupid. Whoopsies. Okay. Whoopsie doopsies. Oh, here's where that power cord goes, huh? Interesting. What does it go up to, though? I think that power cord is where the ice is. I think that's a little ice hole that we cut. Man, we're really coming along in this game. I guess that whenever we make it back to my base, we'll take a little peeksy around our crafting table so that we can know what we're gonna be doing next. But I know that one thing that we need to do is that we've got to find that last piece. It's probably in another shipwreck somewhere, and we might have to use a little bit of Google Foo to figure out, because it kind of could be anywhere, and I don't know if I want to scour the whole ocean. If we can do anything before that, then I will. I'll do that first and see if we get lucky. Couldn't get lost? Wait, what? Oh no. I don't know what that clip is, but it's probably embarrassing. Perfect. That's how you make content, ladies and gentlemen. Pain. All right, if the ship's here, then our house is over here. Whee! That's what you said. That's what I said. You're totally right. Thank you. You're basically just like, if this stream is a YouTube video, then you're one of those helpful commenters that has the that has all the timestamps. Most embarrassing moments at
Welcome aboard, Captain.
here, and here. 4 hours, 25 minutes, 46 seconds. That's the end of it. Okay. Okay, let's take a look at what we've got to craft tomorrow. What are we sitting at right now? Are we sitting pretty? Are we sitting ugly? Are we even sitting? We could use an aquarium module, but it's not that important. We've already got the fabricator model for our sea truck. We got the sleeper module. That's good. We might need a thumper later. We don't need it now. A parallel processing unit. We need one more scan, which I'm sure is somewhere in the middle. Oh, Wolfie, no worries. There's no such thing as late to these streams. Hi there, Wolfie. Thanks for jumping in. I know that, are you waking up early? Did you just wake up, Wolfie? There is no such thing as late. Thanks so much for jumping in here, my friend. You made it. You made it. I'm still live. I'm still live, hanging out with you. Oh, yeah. So polyaniline we're gonna need later. And I say that we're going to need it because it's for these parts. So there's something over here. I'm not sure what we need there, but diamonds plus steel, ribbon plant, ion cube, kyanite. This is all simple. But the polyaniline, to get that, we're going to need to get hydrochloric acid. Hydrochloric acid is these young cotton anemones, which I believe the same sort of thing happened in the last game. It was a different anemone, but I have those actually. That is one of the rare things that I plucked down there, is these young cotton anemones. So I think that we can make polyaniline. So we should technically only need to find that last beacon thing. But to do that, we might need a final module, and we might also need the prawn, because it might be that might be so deep. There's definitely something in this game that is so deep that we have to use a fully It's an enemy. It's an enemy. It's an enemy. It's an enema. We probably need to get a fully upgraded prawn. We'll probably have to do like a 100% shrimp run. We'll have to go mega shrimp on this game, I'm sure, at some point. I'm sure that we're gonna have to simp for the shrimp, and then we'll zoom to the very bottom. You missed the submarine? Me too. You know what, Alk? I think that we might speedrun Subnautica again. I think that we might have to speedrun it, because this game, if anything, is only making me wish for the old one. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Below Zero. You are fun. You are fun, Below Zero. There are some unique parts. I like the penguins, but I like the other one better. I like Subnautica better. It makes more sense to me. I like the creatures better. I like the zones better too. I miss the ghost leviathans. Where are the ghost leviathans? We ran into them so much faster. It's got a big ship. I like the ship that's above ground more than the one that's below ground. I like the what else is in there that's so great? I love the river. I love the blue part of the river too, where you have to like slip under the blue mist. I love the how difficult it was to get kyanite is pretty fun. I like that you had to be like fully prawned out. You had to be 100% strong prawn to be able to grab kyanite. Now you could just swoop down with almost a basic sea truck and just grab it. So yeah, I'm thinking that the other game is big fun. The misty part with the manta ray looking things, yeah, that was like underwater butterflies. It's beautiful. Yeah, and then you make it past, and there's like a giant, spooky, scary area where you have to prawn around. There may be more to this game, but I'm not gonna lie. After looking through some of the guides that are here on Steam, I really don't think that we're missing that much. I think that there is some more, but I do not believe that there is that much more. I like the story's simplicity in the other game. It really kind of kept you on your toes. I did like that. I kind of want to look at this map because I just don't see the complexity that was in the previous game. I'm not sure. It is very fun. It's still fun. Oh, D&D time. Hey, Malice. Enjoy your D&D. Hope that you have a good time, friendo. Oi, 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 enjoy. Malice, thanks for jumping in here. I don't know if you were sneaking around in the background, but hey, get yourself some fun D&D times. Hope you have a good time, my friend. We'll see you later. Yeah, I think I looked at this map or something, but this is lagging out my computer. I'm gonna leave it alone. But well, let's see. There's still some more achievements, but I don't think that there's that much more to do. They're all secrets. Secret quote unquote achievements. So I have to look at the global thing to be able to tell. You were here from the very start, just listening while cleaning the house. Huzzah! Listening while cleaning. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad that you're getting stuff done. But enjoy your D&D time, my friend. All right. So another survivor. I think that's for finding her house. That's for finding her house. And then pirate radio is for turning on the radio tower, which I mentioned before. Like riding a bike is for making the snow prowler. Out of mind, I'm sure, is for making the body. And then into the unknown, I'm sure, is super late game content. But it looks like there's more. Oh yeah, and also the 2 islands were so much fun. The simplicity of the first was what made it great. Yeah, just like you can just travel to the islands and there's just good stuff. I like those islands too. They were a little more. I think that they were a little bit more interesting than these ice islands. This kind of, I don't know. These it's larger. There's more area to walk around in this one, but it also makes it feel more desolate. I guess it just feels empty. Empty ice, just running around in circles. But on the normal islands, I mean, obviously there's a very finite area. Not much to explore. Not very, what's the word? Yeah, I feel like the last game was maybe less of a risk. I don't know. Like it was, what's the word that I'm looking for? Ambitious. I feel like this one's maybe a little bit more ambitious, but I think that it kind of falls flat a little bit. I feel like the weather gets in the way in this one. Yeah, and it doesn't really add anything. Somebody was mentioning the weather and being like, oh, the weather's interesting because it adds a dangerous element. But really, for one, the cold is kind of just tedious. It doesn't really feel like danger. It almost feels like, yeah, cheesy and tedious a little bit. But the weather really, I haven't really changed anything that I've done via the weather. The only thing that has changed is that I just can't see things quite as well. But it didn't stop me. It didn't stop me. It's not that dangerous. The first time that it said inclement weather, I was just like, ah. I was like, oh no, there's gonna be something. Oh dear, inclement weather. That means that there's gonna be some sort of a big problem. We're gonna get killed by this weather. But then I just was like walking around just normal, just nothing going on, just hard to see. That's it. The cold is just an unnecessary timer. Yep, it doesn't really feel like it gives depth. Maybe they could have used it to make some depth in the game. But they probably would have had to switch up some other things. Let's see, how would they be able to make the cold be more interesting? I don't know. Maybe if there were more options on how to stay warm. Maybe if it wasn't just the simplicity of clothing. Maybe if there was some sort of mechanic that you would have to do every now and again. Maybe that would make it even more of an unnecessary timer. I don't know. It's a tough call. It's a tough call. I'm not a game designer. They seem to have really done their best. It's still an enjoyable game, but we're definitely gonna sneak back into the original Subnautica because I like it more. I think this Subnautica had more potential. I think so. Yeah, it's got more moving parts, and it's got probably way more of a budget. Will you ever play Breath Edge? It's Subnautica in space. I've never heard of it. Maybe. Is that by the same devs, or is that a completely different team? They could make it so that the surface of the water freezes and you can only get to the top during nice weather. That's true if they made some areas inaccessible during weather and they made like a predictive element. See, whenever I think of weather done right, I always think of what's it called? Don't Starve. Don't Starve is probably the best weather in a game that I've ever played because it actually has effects. But the nice thing about weather in Don't Starve is that you can totally predict when it's going to happen. It totally changes how the world works. Like, I mean, fundamentally, gameplay changes whenever weather changes. And some characters that you play are in danger in the rain, or some don't mind it. I mean, it's like, the weather always has a big effect. There's different mobs during the weather. There's different areas that you can access or things that you can collect. I don't know. And also, like I said, you can generally predict all of the weather if you've got the tools for it. If you got the tools and the know-how, you can figure out what's going to happen. So I'd say that that's probably the best example. Everybody copy them. Everybody copy them. Just do what they did. Old cooked boomerang. What, I just made it, it's already old? Okay, so I think that I'm gonna save. I think that this is where we're gonna call it a night, you guys. I hope that y'all enjoyed some more Subnautica nonsense. Now, I made sure to actually save this time. I did save last time. It scared the crap out of me, but thankfully I did. Okay, let me just turn on some music real quick. Some little jammies for the end of the stream, you guys. Let's search for somebody to drop some love on, you guys. Let's find somebody that we can raid, put some excitement in the chat, make them have a wonderful day. Hope that y'all have enjoyed this kind of, I don't know, this nice relaxing stream. This game is like relaxing but exciting at the same time. It's a tough call. Enjoy my evening. Thank you so much, Alchemic. I hope that you enjoy your evening too. I hope that everybody had a good time. I totally enjoyed hanging out with you guys, playing this new game, just goofing around, having a good time. I'm glad that you got to hang out at the end, Lex. I'm glad that you got to hang out too, Wolfie. It was nice to see you here at the end. Hey, Allie was here. Hooray! Thanks for being here. Let's see who's online. Who shall we raid? Who shall we say hello to? There's probably some friendos online on what, a Wednesday? Let's see. John Bon is playing Resident Evil Village. Oh my gosh. I hope that John Bon plays something non-horror sometime soon, because I do want to raid him. He's such a sweet guy. He's such a sweet guy, and he's raided us. The Eevee duo's playing Kingdom Hearts. Reach Pat's playing Mario Kart. I'm kind of tempted to jump in on the Eevee duo just because they're so sweet, and they have jumped on our chat a few times. I don't know. What do you think? Callie, thanks for being here. It was nice to have you, as always. Furious Firefly, it was nice to see you again. Glad that you got to jump in. Lemonberry was here. Ah, yeah. It's not a proper stream if Lemonberry doesn't come say hi. Tayaki-san, thanks for being here. I hope that you enjoyed your stay. Hooray! You say go for it? I mean, yeah, I think that we should say hi to the Eevee duo. They're playing Kingdom Hearts. Please enjoy this, because I don't think that I'm ever gonna play Kingdom Hearts on my stream. Okay, oh, that's the game. The game was playing music at the same time as the music on the... Okay, Subnautica, please turn off. Please turn off. I don't want to hear your music in the background. It got loud all of a sudden. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're gonna go say hi to my friendos, the Eevee duo. I don't know who's playing right now, but there are two beans that like to hang out there. I think that there is the Flareon lad and their significant other, who is Umbreon, I believe. We should go say hi to them. They're playing some Kingdom Hearts. I'd love to hang out with you guys tomorrow if you want to play some more of Subnautica. We should be getting pretty close to the end of the game. We should be getting pretty close. I'll do just a tiny bit of research so that we don't get completely lost. And we should be finishing that up maybe like in a couple of days. I'm not sure. Maybe tomorrow. I doubt it. I doubt we could do it all tomorrow. Hey, good night, 8th. It was nice to hang out with you, my friend. Thanks for the hard lurks. I appreciate it. That's what I would have done. In fact, on the 8th stream, after we raided 8th, I pretty much hung out for like a few minutes, and then I actually left. I left the house with the stream on, and after I got food, then whenever I got back, it was just 2 sleeping dogfishes. It was I was watching sleeping dogfish, and 8th, I just like turned him down a little bit, and then I left. And then it was both sleeping dogfish at the end, and I was like, okay, I think I know how this raid went. But regardless, you guys, thanks so much for hanging out. It was nice to be with you guys. Let me get this raid started. Oh yeah, we got Crazy Cupcakes in the chat. Lime, thanks for being here, my friend. Lime, is that stream still happening? Whenever you're gonna, that birthday stream that you mentioned, the birthday stream with you singing some karaoke, is that still happening? I haven't gotten an update about that. I didn't miss it, did I? I would be very bummed out about that. Let me see. Where's Eevee? I'm looking for, what is it? They're on my list. EV Duo. Okay, there they are playing Kingdom Hearts 2 or II. It looks like it's the Flareon lad that's playing. It looks like it's Flareon lad. Let's see. Let me duplicate this. This music is really jaunty and goofy. This definitely sounds like a clown bumbling around. It's next month, the 20th of June. Okay, thank goodness. Thank goodness. I did not want to miss it. I got excited about it whenever I thought about it the other day. Dog and the doggo. Hey, thank you for all the hearts in the chat. So sweet. Thank you so much for the hearts. Clay, I'm glad that you got to hang out with us. I hope that y'all all had a wonderful time. I certainly did. Hope you got some good vibes. Hope you enjoyed this new game that we've been absolutely destroying. That's your sister's birthday? What? Double birthday? This is amazing. This is amazing. This is shocking. Okay, you guys, let's prepare. Let's put some love in the chat for the EV Duo. I've got a couple of messages if you want to help me with this raid. They are super sweet beans. And they are doing a small stream, so we should go in there and make some hype, you guys. We should go hype them up and make sure that they're having a wonderful evening. And then if you need to get some sleep, get yourself some water, take care of yourself. Please get yourself taken care of. Hope to see you guys tomorrow. Hope that you have a wonderful day. I just hope that everything goes well. That's all that I can say. I can't force everything to go well in your life, but I'm hoping over here. I'm rooting for you. I've got my pom-poms out. Yeah. Go chat. You can do it. You can do it. Someday I'll get a cheerleader outfit. I promise. Speaking of cheerleaders, thank you so much, Alchemic Refuge, for watching over the chat, making sure that everything's safe. Thank you, Jedi, for being #1 coffee mod. Thank you so much for watching over. Even if you were on mobile, you were still here, being a good bean, helping people out. Also, thank you to Arisa and Di, who were here earlier. Thank you, VIPs. Lemon Berry, Calico, Kibby, Lime, Lupus, Malice, and oh my gosh, I've got to make Eighth a VIP. Maybe I can do that next time. It's too late now. We've got to continue along. Eighth, you better look out. If you keep hanging out with us, you are in danger, my friend. You're in grave danger of being VIP'd. You better watch yourself. All right, you guys, let's go give some love to my friendos, the EV Duo. I'll see y'all later. All right, let's go. 99, everybody. See you later, Allie. Thank you, Kareem, for being here. Come on, go. Oi. Okay, I was probably cut off at the end there, but hey, thanks for watching the VODs. I'll see you later.